Hello and welcome to Startup Iceland. What year is this? 2018. Is that how is this like Startup Iceland V? Okay, good. All right. I'm John Biggs. I'm your MC. I'm going to try to be pleasant and as unobtrusive as possible. We have a really nice show. We have some amazing guests. We have the president of Iceland, who I believe you guys see almost every day riding his bicycle next to your houses, so it's not that big a deal, but he's still pretty cool. The Twitter hashtag is hashtag StartupISK and SI 2018. Wi-Fi access is the HARPA free access. It's okay, it works. I tried to download movies, but it's not doing so well. And I'll be bringing people on, taking people off. We'll have a few coffee breaks, about 10 o'clock, 10:45, and you have some amazing guests from out of town, and we have some amazing folks who are from right here in Reykjavik. So without further ado, Bala, please come up and...
Thank you, John. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. There you go. Well done. Thank you all for coming. His Excellency the President, His Excellency the Indian Ambassador, we're very honored that you're here today. And the 7th year that I'm doing this welcome, so I'm going to keep it even shorter than I've always kept it, and say, have a great day, meet somebody new, make the connections. The whole reason we do Startup Iceland is because I want you all to meet new people and learn from each other. So that's the motto of the day, which is back to basics. With that, I will invite the President to come and open the conference, His Excellency Gudni Thorsson.
Góðan daginn, gott fólk. Good morning, everyone. Bala has already asked you to raise your voices. I will not do that, even though, it is in my powers to have you do anything I want. I hope. Welcome to Iceland, good people from abroad. I hope you are enjoying your stay here. A few days ago, I attended a really interesting event. This is also an interesting event. But a few days ago, I attended a great event. It was a lab for kids, innovation lab. And the imagination, the thinking outside the box mentality, the enthusiasm, the togetherness, it was just astounding. It made me so optimistic. And the things they thought about, I wrote down a few things so I wouldn't forget, but two girls, they had an app that makes it easy to count sheep. A farmer will just use his mobile telephone and take a photo, and the sheep are counted. And this, it connects the old. Iceland is a country of farmers and fisherfolk, connects the old and the new. So these girls from up north, they just figured out, we're getting tired of counting sheep here, Dad. We're going to think new ways. There was a boy who invented, well, I think it's an invention. I've never heard about it before. He said, I'm so annoyed back home when mom and dad have had a shower, the floor is always wet because they are walking to pick up their towel. So I have invented a box you put inside your shower, a water, what's the word for water? It's a box within the shower, and you open the box, there is your towel after you've had your shower. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Problem solved. The problem was there, the kid thought, how do we solve the problem? And because we have here Skúli Mogensen from WOW Air. There was a kid who asked his dad when they landed on a plane, wow, why is all this smoke coming from the tires of the airplane? And the dad said in his infinite wisdom, it's because the tire is not moving when it lands, so there is so much resistance. So this guy thinks, okay, we need to get the wheel of the plane turning when it lands. How do we do that? So he invented a tire, a wheel, for an airplane with these tiny sort of wings on it. So the plane is coming down, the tire moves as the plane is coming down, and then touches, and the resistance is way lower. So maybe Wow Air, that's something for you guys to think about. What a brilliant idea. And, you know, just these kids, we have so many things we can do so much better here in Iceland, and believe me, also in the outside world. But when you look at the kids of the future, I feel optimistic. I feel proud to belong to a nation where kids think in this way, and we should allow them to prosper and flourish. Furthermore, also a few days ago, I biked with kids from a school nearby to Bessastaðir, the president's residence. These are kids who needed a tiny bit of assistance to find themselves, to sense that they are also smart and bright and have just as much right as others to be happy. We just need to teach them a bit of self-belief and togetherness. So I went with these kids and we chatted, and that taught me also that it's fine to have and help these kids who are innovative, smart, have self-belief, but we also need to help the others who need a tiny bit of assistance. It's all about this. It's about allowing individuals to prosper, find themselves, have self-belief, live the dream, and those who cannot do that exactly at this moment, help them a bit. Individual freedom, safety net, togetherness. This is what a good society is about. And then, of course, innovation, making it all happen, think about the future, how can we develop this society of ours, and then we're in good hands. Now, you know, I know nothing about startups. I know nothing about innovation. I am a historian by profession. Until about 2 years ago, it was my job to look backwards. Always think about the past. Never worry about the future. And even to be critical. I was in academia, and there it is your duty never to think what is good for the government, the authorities, what is good for society in general. You just have to be critical, even negative. Believe me, I was in academia for many years, I know it. But now, as head of state, it is almost written in the job description to be positive. And I actually prefer that. It is better to be positive, but realistic at the same time. And I cannot give you any sort of words of wisdom. I love the wisdom of old. I love the old sayings of the pagan gods and so on and so forth. Let me give you one example. You guests from abroad, Hávamál, the sayings of Odin about how you should act when you come to a new place and you're not quite sure how the people you are meeting will behave. So it goes like this. The man who stands at a strange threshold should be cautious before he crosses it. Glance this way and that. Who knows beforehand what foes may sit awaiting him in the hall? So be careful. We Icelanders are not necessarily as nice as you think we are. Is it relevant today? Well, you're of course very welcome to Iceland. And, you know, these words of wisdom only mention men. That's a world of the past. And words of wisdom only say so much. And they contradict. I mean, I am no fan of sort of 10 words of how to behave in the modern world, or 10 ways to be excellent, or whatever, or 20, or whatever it is. It's not my cup of tea, because they always contradict each other. Like, new brooms sweep best. That's a saying we have in Iceland, and I think, you know, a similar version in the Anglo-Saxon world. But then you also have like wisdom of old is the best. So you just pick and choose. If you're young, it's a new broom best. But as you get older, then you know, then it's the wisdom that counts. That's at least how I'm going to look at it when I grow older. I also, and to conclude, you know, to connect, as a historian, I remember from my days of writing my PhD that when you think you're finished, you're about half done. I think that's the experience you will also find in the world of startups and innovation. And it should be hard. It should be difficult. I also connect that to kids now, or like slightly older kids than those I met at the Innovation Lab. Those were, from the age 12 to 16 or something like that. But those who are starting their life, who are starting to find work, build a house or rent a flat or whatever, they complain it's hard. But it should be hard. Not, insurmountable, not too difficult. That's our task, to make it manageable, but it should be difficult. Because, as Gina Davis said, in A League of Their Own, she was on the team, it was hard, it was tough, she was going to give up, but Tom Hanks said to her, it's supposed to be hard. If it wasn't hard, everyone would do it. The hard is what makes it great. So, enjoy your stay in Iceland. I'm happy to be here. Good luck.
All right, I wish our president was nice and funny and smart. But whatever, we got what we got, and maybe you guys will get one soon too. Next up is Skuli Mogensen. He's the founder of WOW Air. WOW Air is a Icelandic, is it a unicorn yet? It's a big deal. It's a really big deal. So I got a middle seat on my flight over. Can we set up an aisle for me? All right. He's never had to submit. He's been Businessman of the Year in Iceland. He's never had to submit a CV. All he's done is build his own businesses so he can go work at them, which is kind of a inspiring thing to think about. So here he goes.
Thank you very much. So it's actually, by coincidence, we have our 6th anniversary today. It's exactly 6 years ago since we flew our very first flight, May 31st, 2012, from Iceland to Paris. And I can tell you, very few people anticipated or expected me to be still alive at this time. In fact, learning from history, I've frequently quoted Mark Twain, who said, my death has been greatly exaggerated. And that's sort of been my position repeatedly over the last 6 years. So it's a thrill to be here and maybe share a few insights with you. But I must also say that learning from the past or looking forward, I've had the pleasure to work with some phenomenal people over the years. And one of them was Jon Árnason, Grandmaster of Chess. He was our CFO at Oz, another startup that was startup of 19 years before we sold it to Nokia. So we would play chess, not daily, but frequently. Of course, he kicked my ass because I'm by no means a grandmaster, although I would like to think that I was. So about 2 years into these games of ours, he leaned forward and said, Skuli, you realize that the chess pieces also move backwards. Because I only know one gear. And I think this is very important, because if you start a business, if I'd always looked at the past, WOW would not exist today. If I looked at all the rationale behind the business case, behind the MBA studies, WOW would not exist today. So I think it's extremely important when you start a new venture that you need a little bit of craziness, if you like. You need an incredible amount of optimism. You need to be willing to sacrifice a lot, because it will be hard, as Mr. President said. It will be extremely hard at times. And I think really what makes a difference between a success often and a failure is just that extra persistence that is required during the hard times, because there will be hard times. But having said that, it's also the most rewarding thing in the world. So for me, I would repeat everything again. I mean, I've been extremely lucky. I've been extremely fortunate on everything except retiring, I often say. I sold Oz to Nokia in 2008. I thought I was going to retire at the grand age of 40. It lasted about 2 years, and I was driving everyone around me absolutely crazy and miserable I invested, I sat on boards. I thought as a board member I was going to do the CEO's job, which is the worst possible board member or investor you can get. So I sort of realized, okay, I probably should get back into the game. And so I was looking for something new, something exciting, something where I could leverage my technology background, but still take on new challenges, because I think continuing to learn is absolutely critical. So getting a little bit ahead of myself, which I do quite frequently, I'll get back into the presentation here. So we say the future is now. Of course, the future is wow. But also very importantly, impossible is just an opinion. I think this really is super important, and it's been our mantra, it's been our saying from day one. Because wherever I go, whenever we were starting, everyone told me, you can't do this, this is impossible, this is just too complicated, it's too much competition, etc., etc. But it is just your opinion, respectfully so. But you have to be firm on your belief, you have to be firm on your vision, you have to have the drive to go through all the no's. You know, how many VCs do you have to visit before you get a yes? There are endless stories about this. So again, the persistence, not let the negativity get through to you. You have to continue. It's absolutely critical. So with that, when we started, another thing that I think is very important, so our mission is really to enable everybody to fly. This is in a way copied from Henry Ford when he started Ford Motor Company. He said, you know, at that time, a motor car was a luxury. I want to enable every factory worker at my factory to afford a car. So the same idea, the same vision, travel has been a luxury. If we can make it so affordable that we enable absolutely everyone around the globe to travel, hopefully we can achieve to make it just a teeny tiny little better place to be on. Because I think in the end of the day, we're all the same, more or less. I've been very fortunate traveling all over the world, visiting new destinations, looking at potential destinations, and at the end of the day, we all pretty much share similar values or needs or beliefs when it really gets down to the basics. So we wake up every single day, my competitors wake up trying to increase fares, I wake up trying to lower fares in order to achieve this vision. Having said that, how many of you have traveled on WOW? Okay, good, good, good. So with the foreigners, how many of you arrived in Iceland on WOW? That's fantastic. I like to say, what kind of customers do we attract? We attract smart customers. So those of you who didn't raise your hand, I will leave it to you. You're wasting your money. And if you're in the startup world, you cannot afford to waste money. So, and as far as the middle seat goes, happy to sell you an aisle seat. We call that ancillary revenue. So why WOW? Number of reasons, as I said earlier, maybe a moment of insanity. Maybe it wasn't a moment, maybe it's a prolonged moment. Someone else will have to say that. But it was actually interesting, when we named the company WOW Air, we got a lot of criticism in Iceland. People were like, why on earth would you call something WOW? You know, what is that? What kind of name is that? Why? Because in Iceland, we have a tendency to think that we are the center of the universe. Whereas from day one, and this is very important, our vision was we're going to build a global business. And if you think globally, I think WOW is absolutely brilliant. Wow. 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 Okay, I don't think we should continue with that scene. But the point is, WOW travels universally around the globe. You can go almost anywhere in any culture and people say wow, with a positive kind of inclination. So to find a name that actually is universal, globally positive, is, you know, for me, it's been a key ingredient in our success story and something I'm very proud of. And that really set the tone for everything else that we have done. You can't have a company named WOW with a boring signature color. You can't have a company called WOW with a boring service or unfriendly service. You really have to do it. It doesn't cost anything to smile. So even if we're a low-cost carrier, again, we want to give you a little bit extra special treat. So I think that's, again, something that at least I have always spent a lot of time on. Again, our previous main startup was Oz, OZ, like the Wizard of Oz. Another, in my opinion, brilliant name, brilliant branding. So it's something that, at least in my opinion, is extremely important. And of course, as I've said, if you flip wow upside down, it's mom. And everyone wants to be in the comfort of their mother. So I thought that was also quite neat. So again, why wow? The opportunity, take the best practice local, low-cost carriers and apply it globally. So unlike what many people think, the low-cost airlines have actually been tremendously successful. So the initial saying when I started, people just stared with me with blank eyes, are you going to start an airline? You know, why on earth would you want to start an airline? But if you really do your research, the low-cost carriers have been tremendously profitable. This is not like 1 year off, year after year after year. Very successful businesses, grown from zero in about 20, 30 years to ongoing sustainable market leaders. Ryanair today is the biggest airline in Europe, still growing 15% year over year, enjoying 20% plus margins every single quarter. So there's a saying in the airline industry, there are 3 types of airlines: those that are profitable, those that are occasionally profitable, those that are never profitable. So if you start an airline, where do you want to be? Clearly, you go with the low-cost model. Now, we wanted to apply that slightly differently and take it to the long-haul segment. So with that in mind, and this is also something that is very important. Some people tell me, why do you want to have a strategy to copy? What I mean by that is, yes, we shamelessly copy from Ryanair, Spirit, EasyJet, JetBlue, where it applies, take it into the wow world, take it into long haul, but we also copy what we can learn from Amazon, what we can learn from Hennes & Mauritz, what we can learn from IKEA. You know, look around, take inspiration, take business models that work in alternative worlds and apply it to your world. I think that's actually a good thing. When you can improve it, obviously you do. Last but not least, in fact, most importantly, execute. I think that's really the delta between a success and a mediocre or failure. Unfortunately, too many people fail on the execution side. You have to be relentless in executing, monitoring, making sure things are moving forward. Because if they're not, someone else is moving forward faster than you. So these are the core principles. Again, lowest price, on time, newest planes. We have one of the newest fleets in the world, and the brightest smile. This has been our mantra from day one, and we like to continue on that path. The other thing, this is our current network. So we fly to some 35 destinations or so, but ultimately the strategy is to turn Iceland into Dubai of the North. Why does that make sense? So right now, Dubai 30 years ago didn't really exist as a hub. Today it's the biggest hub in the world, out of nothing, connecting Asia with Africa, Middle East, and Europe, primarily. It so happens, and if you draw the shortest flight path, we just announced Delhi as an example. And before the reporters announced that we're going to fly to Hong Kong and Shanghai and everything else, I'll just say this is just an example. Okay, we're not making that announcement here and now. I would love to do some of these cities up here, but they're not all a reality yet. But the point is, literally, if you're going to do a direct flight from Delhi to New York, you fly over Iceland. So that's just geographical luck. So our unfair competitive advantage, to use some of the business lingo, is precisely the location of Iceland. And it's hugely important because the shortest flight path means less fuel burn, less engine usage. And I love the idea that Mr. President mentioned here, and I will absolutely check on it and make sure we donate whatever benefits that we can achieve from that with the wheels. But the point is, because of our location, we can do a shorter flight path. I'll give another example on Delhi. Today, there are 20,000 passengers flying between India and North America every single day. 20,000 passengers is a lot of passengers. 87% of them need to make one or more stops to get to the final destination because it's a long flight. So every single hub where these stops are taking place today is inferior to Iceland. Again, just factually, geographically, they are inferior because they have a longer time span. So London, Amsterdam, Dubai, or New York and then forward are all inferior in terms of time travel. So hugely important. So we started out connecting Europe with North America. The next phase of our growth will be connecting Asia. Very importantly, because a lot of local Icelanders get nervous because they think, oh, I want to flood Iceland with more tourists. That is not the idea here. That is not the goal, not at all. I think we should be extremely protective and careful how we manage the inflow of tourism into Iceland. It's a huge responsibility for our natural resources to manage that properly. Having said that, if we have created this global network, global hub, if one market, as we saw with Brexit, declined, if we have all this traffic flowing through Iceland, we can make it up through some other source. So strategically, long term, I think it's very valuable as well. Thirdly, and very, very importantly, and initially I was going to talk all about this, because this is more my field, my startup, sort of where I get excited, but I don't want to give out all my secret sauce just yet. But we do have a vision and a strategy that I think is believable, that we are putting into place where we will end up paying you to fly. So how do we do that? There are many ways to do it, and if you look at other industries, they are already doing it. If Kim Kardashian, maybe not Gina Davis anymore, I'm not sure but one of these mega Instagram stars, if they would call us or any airline and say, we want to use your airline, I want to bring my family, and we will do a lot of shots, what happens? We will all be happy to welcome them on board. Why? Because they will use that and publish that and create tremendous amount of buzz. I'll give you an interesting example. So in Iceland, we have been trying to promote Iceland as a year-round destination for many years, and there are many who have contributed to that and done a great job in doing that. But the ultimate success story came when Beyoncé and Jay-Z showed up here, I think 2 winters ago. Incredible people. So Beyoncé published a video or some photos of herself doing an angel in the snow in this incredible, bodysuit, and of course, very photogenic. So this picture was seen by 75 million people in 3 days. And I have no idea how many have seen it since. The point is, we would all welcome that kind of publicity as a startup. So clearly, if we can find a way to make our passengers our ambassadors, we should reward them. In a way, this is copied another interesting, simple idea stolen from Amazon. Amazon added a couple of years ago a simple function that at least doubled my business with them when they were still just a bookstore. It was when I bought a book, immediately I saw 5 other books saying, those who bought this book also bought these books. It's brilliant because it's not Amazon trying to sell me something. It's like-minded people are buying these books. So if you were traveling to Iceland for the first time, likely you're doing your research, etc. What happens if you're coming from Berlin, you're buying a ticket to Iceland, we would show you, without revealing any kind of private information, so we would package it in such a way, of course, being aware of that your fellow countrymen who are coming during a similar time, they also go to the secret solstice, they go here and there and there, and we sort of make a friendly suggestion based on like-minded people as you. So again, end. There are many ways we can achieve this, and it's something that I'm very excited about because, frankly, the industry has done a poor job in using the information and the interaction that we have with our passengers. Finally, very importantly, happy employees, happy customers. This is critical. We have, I like to think, a positive, healthy mentality, culture. It's very much more a startup tech culture than an airline culture, at least from what I've seen with other airlines. Why? Because I think it will reflect positively and then towards our passengers. And it's something I'm tremendously proud of our crew members. They repeatedly go beyond and over their expectations to take care of our passengers. So what is all of this? We have to throw in some numbers here. So what have all of this done? Am I a unicorn? I don't know. But someone told me that we are the fastest growing company in the history of Iceland. So this year we'll do close to 700 million US. Next year will probably be around $1 billion. We were profitable as of 2015, and we have had operating profit yearly since then. And I would say it's been an incredible ride, a tremendous amount of challenges, not least just finding people in Iceland. In many ways, Iceland is sold out, just literally sold out. That is creating a challenge, but overall, we still see plenty of room for growth. I often say Keflavik is currently at about 8 million passengers. Helsinki is at 16 million passengers, and Helsinki's role is first and foremost connecting Asia with Europe. So if we can build a hub connecting Asia, Europe, and North America, why can't we go from 8 to 16, 32, maybe not 100, but I would settle for 32 in the next couple of years. So just briefly here. So yesterday's competition, we are surpassing them basically on our 6th year of operation. And I often say it's not because that was the goal. It's just a direct result of us executing our mission, because we've always had the global view. Current competition, far more interesting. This was actually a picture created by Anna Aero, which is a sort of a nerdy flight magazine. But clearly we are competing now against some very significant companies. IAG is the owner of British Airways, Vueling, Aer Lingus, and are supposed to be making an offer. Well, it's public, they made an offer for Norwegian lately. So it's an ever-changing landscape. We like to think we can compete, not least because of our innovation and because of our ancillary revenue. The future competition, however, and then I think this is where it gets really interesting, and this is actually sort of what scares me, but at the same time I'm so excited about it. I think we're in for a massive change. And it so happens that the phone, or whoever is responsible for your phone, or Google, or Facebook, have far more information about us and our needs and our wants than even you do yourself. So now, with the technology where you can simply, you all of a sudden know that you have a long weekend, coming up because you got an extra holiday day or whatever, you've done a great job and you're rewarded, okay, you have a long weekend, take an extra day next week, whatever. You simply tell your phone, Alexia, I have an extra day in 10 days. I would love to do something, be creative, bring my girlfriend, and literally, within 30 seconds, that our beloved Alexia will have created, 5 different variants based on my needs, what she knows about me already, where I've been already, what I've been talking about, what I've been looking about, including recommendations for restaurants, everything. So the risk here is that we will be transformed into a tube. And that is a risk. That's why we have to, again, continue to improve the service. We have to go over and beyond just being an airline. In fact, we absolutely must be providing a total travel experience. And I think this applies to every industry. So my final slide is this one, actually. And apart from the obvious fact that the current biggest companies in the world, and probably I should update this because now you should probably have Tencent and Alibaba there as well. Apart from the obvious fact that these companies are all tech-related versus just a few years back, they have another very important thing in common. Sadly, with a slight deviation from that fact as of fairly recently. They all have a strong founder still involved with the business, even if they are now the world's biggest companies. They have founders who don't really care about the money. They have founders who are there every day fighting, thinking, making progress, executing, dreaming, having visions. That is the difference between a real innovative business and just a la-la company. So I think that will always be it, and that for me is an inspiration. And a lot of people, so if you want to make money, don't start an airline. Okay? I think that's pretty obvious. But if you want to have a lot of fun, it's a phenomenally interesting business. So the point is, you cannot start a company because you're hoping to make money. Because if that's your only drive, if that's your only goal, I guarantee you there's someone else doing what you are doing out of passion. And I will bet on the guy or the woman with the passion any day over the person who just wants to make money. Because they will put in the sweat, the blood, the hours. When things are tough, they will do whatever it takes out of love, not because of money. So, remember, impossible is just an opinion. So hopefully we will see some great achievements here in the World Cup this summer, as we have already seen. Thank you very much.
Worked with Justin Timberlake and Taylor Swift and Guns N' Roses on events around concerts, and now she's involved in even cooler startups at Angel Hack. So come on up.
So first off, let me just say that it is an honor and a privilege to be here, especially following two phenomenal speakers. All I can say is, wow, thank you. Today I'm excited to be talking about empowering the next generation of technology and technologists, and how that really relates to all of us struggling and succeeding together on both a local and a global level. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Kristen Shaven, and I'm the CMO at Angel Hack. I oversee client corporation and innovation initiatives for our global programs, as well as the expansion of our accelerator, our series, and our innovation initiatives. I also oversee the growth of our global community, which consists of talented developers, designers, entrepreneurs, and founders. I've been in the area of marketing large-scale events and innovation programs for around 10 years now, and as mentioned, got my start in the music industry. Where I really started was music festivals, these kind of crazy, outlandish events where back then, in the day, we would use paper sheets to keep track of everyone. So you had a 40,000 person event, everyone, as I'm sure you've seen, kind of dressed to the nines, rearing to go, getting through the doors, and you're using a highlighter and trying to get people through the gates, through security. This was obviously a really big issue back then, and I was lucky enough to be part of a team that saw this problem and really wanted to create a solution for it. So from there, was able to work on the tech side and work with that team to create an application that focused on QR scanning codes, RFID in the wristbands, and really become this solution for many music festivals around the world. This technology eventually was acquired by Eventbrite, and from there I was able to go on and continue doing innovation programs and marketing for my first client being Backstreet Boys, and then from there growing to also help produce websites for bands like Taylor Swift, Cyndi Lauper, and everyone in between. It was a really fast and exciting time. It's definitely a different industry, but then about 3 years ago, I was introduced to a woman with a mission. Her name was Sabine Ali, and she is the CEO of Angel Hack. I had originally heard her speak, and it was all about inclusive innovation and the elevator theory, which we'll get to in a little bit. But really, from there, the rest was history. I joined the Angel Hack team, and even though I'm based a little bit out of the Bay Area in Sacramento, California, I've had the great opportunity to be able to travel around with the Angel Hack team and do really fantastic events all over the world as part of our global hackathon and innovation series, including the hackathon that took place right here in Iceland 2 days ago. But my passion for the Icelandic ecosystem started long before that. In fact, this is a photo of me from my first time to Iceland 5 years ago. I came here for many of the same reasons others do. I wanted to see the Northern Lights. I was here for Christmas. See the sights, eat the good food, obviously make friends with the local geese squad there. But overall, I really just wanted the experience that I saw from different travel bloggers and around the world. And what I got was much more than that. I was introduced to many entrepreneurs and startups while I was here who talked about their journey and what it was like being part of this very unique ecosystem. From those conversations and from having the opportunity to partner with Icelandic allies and leaders such as Startup Iceland, Bala, and DigiMe, we've been able to partner together to really join forces and empower the next generation of tech. But what is tech empowerment? Why is it important, and how can everyone get involved starting today? So we believe tech empowerment really stems from open opportunities, and we think that these can happen anywhere, at any time, by anyone. So today, I'll be talking about how AngelHack got started, the problem and solution that we saw around open opportunities, and how that led to global growth and global scaling. And then I'll also dive into what the next generation of tech really looks like and how that forward-thinking mindset is already happening right here in Iceland. So, some context behind AngelHack. Since 2011, we've been the leaders in innovation management and rapid research and development. But what does that look like? So can I get a show of hands of anyone who has heard of a hackathon, accelerator program, incubation program? Excellent. And anyone who's attended one themselves? Great numbers. All right. So that's us. We build and then spread awareness about these open opportunities and innovation events. And we've introduced hackathons, virtual competitions, pre-accelerators, and developer marketing to over 100 cities around the world in just the last 6 years alone. We do this on a community level with our global annual series, which looks like our team, which is kind of a smaller team all around the world in different regions, really bringing technology and bringing opportunities there. But we also do this on a corporate level. So we help companies such as AWS, IBM, Google, Anheuser-Busch to really meet those corporate innovation goals as well, whether that's spreading new tech around the world, if it's trying to find the right developer for their program, or really just build awareness on what they're trying to do. We also have a nonprofit called Code for a Cause. And Code for a Cause really focuses on empowering entrepreneurs to become holistic hackers. And that's through initiatives that create these positive social solutions all around social impact. We've seen that through partnering with the government in UAE to create refugee resources through government blockchain programs. We've seen that through clean water initiatives, clean energy initiatives, and we even had an entire global series hackathon dedicated to breaking down the barriers that prevent women developers and entrepreneurs from succeeding all around the globe. And that kind of goes back to my first introduction with AngelHack and with Sabine. And it was all about the elevator approach, which is how we base everything we do, from hiring to going out to choosing cities to deciding where Code for a Cause is going to go next. And it's about the second that you've been lifted up personally on an individual level, if you've been given an opportunity, if you've been selected for something, it's riding that elevator, and then as soon as you can, riding it back down and taking someone else up with you, because we all grow together at the same time, and then really encouraging the next person to do the same thing. So something many people don't know about us being in the tech industry is that we are female-owned, female-operated, with a 75% female leadership team. So really creating those equal opportunities and applying that elevator approach is one of the big things that's important. But let's go back to where it all started. So AngelHack really originated to solve two problems. One was the issue of finding a developer, and two was how to connect creators. Time after time, we'd hear the same questions of, I know how to use the technology, but how do I partner with the person who made this technology? Or I know I need a developer on my team, I know a CTO, I know I need a CTO, but how do I not only meet them, but make sure it's the right fit? And then, of course, the most often one we heard was, I have an idea, I've got passion, but where do I start with that? And we had this entire community of friends and colleagues who wanted to take their ideas to that next level, but really didn't have the resources to empower them to do so. So, in 2011, we organized the first hackathon in Adobe in San Francisco. And we saw over 100 developers come out to this first one alone. And just seeing that initial interest from the community, the talent of the projects, and the quality of the overall solutions, we knew we had to be doing this on a bigger scale. So, we grew and we expanded outwards. First to 10 more cities in North America, then to 6 in Asia Pacific, and then we spread out to Europe, South Asia, and finally Latin America. At this point, people were meeting. They were building really great initial solutions in, again, only 48-hour time spans where they're turning around, creating these startups, creating these ideas. But then we started to hear the same questions again. I've done this, I'm excited about it, but I want to do more. How can I do more? What's the next step? And so that's when we started to accelerate these winning hackathon projects into full-fledged startups. We did this by offering 12 weeks of remote acceleration and providing them with mentorship and resources, which ended up connecting entrepreneurs in Estonia, Dubai, Sydney, and Tokyo with tech resources all around the world. And this global accelerator idea actually became so popular that they filmed a documentary around it. So the documentary focused on our 2016 cohort and told the stories of 3 very unique teams. One from Nairobi, who focused on trash allocation resources in their community. A team from Ramallah, who focused on being able to do local delivery services in their area. And then a team from our biggest and one of our most popular events of the year, Silicon Valley, who out of all of the teams that participated, again, one of our larger ones, the winning project was done by a 14, 15, and 16-year-old team. So the documentary not only focuses on all of these journeys of creating a startup, but also getting your driver's license at the same time. And what we really learned from that is that the interest in empowering teams through these programs has grown. And that's what really brought us to being in 106 cities worldwide, and our community has now reached 150,000 developers, entrepreneurs, designers, and founders. Plus, this allowed us to accelerate many of the winning teams. So we now have over 150 startups that originally stemmed from that first idea at a hackathon. They now have offices in San Francisco, over 50 employees, and some of the teams have been acquired by Google and Box. And of which we're very proud of, because compared to the just 5% of current startups that have one female founder, the startups coming out of this global acceleration program, 38% have one female founder. So today, our overall goal and daily mission has pivoted, as many startups need to do. We've grown from the solution of finding one developer to driving open innovation all around the world that positively impacts it, and to really bridging the gap from Silicon Valley to everywhere else. So over time, the Global Series, the Accelerator, Demo Day, all of those good things became a great way to do this because it had built a very organic and inherent network. But something we've been able to do over just the last 2 years is start in with virtual competitions. And these virtual hackathons allow people from the comfort of their own home not to have to live in a specific city, not to have to apply to any amount of exact time, and really have more of the flexibility to be anyone, anywhere creating these ideas. And so this brings us to the second and equally important fundamental of empowering the next gen of tech. So remember the first one, opportunities. We can't empower others to create if we do not give them the space to do so. And number 2 is we can't drive local innovation if opportunities are only focused in limited areas. They need to be everywhere. So to grow a thriving community, ideas need to come back home. And thanks to the virtual competitions, the global events, we've been able to see that in communities facing turmoil. So just this year, we went to both Gaza and Kabul. We've also been to areas that are a little bit off the map. We've been to Madagascar, a small island off of Argentina, as well as Nepal. We've been to some fun tropical vacation destinations where I think everyone just loves to hack for fun. We went to the Maldives as well as Hawaii. And many, many more from that, including some of our favorite European destinations, London, Berlin, Paris, and of course, Iceland. which brings me to you. As we all know from being here today, Iceland has a thriving startup ecosystem who are full of entrepreneurs and creators that are empowered by local universities, mentors, and strong local allies. When I was here 5 years ago, much of the conversation was very similar to Angel Hack's starting conversation. I have an idea, I know what I want to do, but where do I start and where do I go from here? In search of programs to provide these resources, entrepreneurs found that they needed a community where founders could engage with one another. And now, thanks to Startup Iceland and many local advocates, there are consistent partner programs that turn this dream into a reality. And we've been fortunate enough to partner on a few of those at Angel Hack. So just yesterday, and similarly last year, we partnered with DigiMe on the Let's Get Personal hackathon, which brought out tons of impressive talent and creative ideas. At the Let's Get Personal hackathon, which, again, reminder, takes place in just 2 days where people only have 36 hours to create, and yes, many of them stay up all night in order to do so, they address solutions around relationships, travel, health, and finance, including some friendly competitions. So a few projects that really stuck out to us from last year and this year together. We had one called Vaxabroad that made it easy to understand the vaccinations that you needed while traveling. We had Donator, which was a really cool one. It actually utilized the Icelandic Health API and made a crowdfunding platform to kind of cross-check with that API and be able to help others out who had similar medical cases. Just Like Me, which was a social support network for people who had those similar medical cases and could conversate and kind of remove that barrier and alleviate the social isolation while still keeping your consent and your data. Then from this year, we had Paper, a peer-to-peer network that, using consenting data, allowed borrowers and lenders to be matched up. And we also had Social Justice, which was an app that lets you sue anyone of your liking. So if your friend had the last piece of cake, you could send them to a jury of social media peers, make your argument, they could make theirs. There would be something on the line, potentially a donation to charity, and your peers would vote who was really the standing winner in that argument. So the quality of these overall projects, the passion that we've really seen here, and the act of just providing events like that, like Startup Iceland today, really shows that there's support of creators on a local level. And it made it clear that Iceland's startup community is already on the path to fostering the next gen of tech. And you, as an individual, entrepreneur, founder, ally, are already a part of that path as well. So by expanding our network outwards and creating opportunities that encourage diversity, inclusion, and growth, we can all be part of a thriving startup future. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak here today. On behalf of Angel Hack, thank you for welcoming us into your startup community.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Kristen. Now we have something pretty exciting. This is going to be a little bit about blockchain. You're lucky to have this guy. He flies around all the way to all these blockchain events. William Magyar, he's the author of The Business Blockchain. He's a repeat offender in terms of entrepreneurship, and he's one of the smartest guys I know in this space. So enjoy.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here to talk to you about the importance of the blockchain as the most significant technology since the advent of the web and the internet 25 years ago. Just for background and as a way to release some disclosures, I am involved in many different areas as far as the blockchain is concerned. As John mentioned, I've written the book 2 years ago called The Business Blockchain, which was the first book to explain the blockchain in business terms. And it was since then translated in 10 languages, the first 3 languages being Chinese, Japanese, and Korean, which gives you a bit of a hint that the Asian countries are very interested and very serious about the blockchain. I'm also involved in a lot of investments, so I may be mentioning companies that I've invested in. And I'm recently going to be joining a firm in Geneva to head up a blockchain division that will be investing in other blockchain companies. I also run a index of my own, and I write a lot about the space continuously, and I sit on boards and advise many companies in the space. As way of background, when you think about the context that we have to think about here, the context is really the web. And if you think about what did the web give us in the last 25 years, it has really been about moving information around. If you think about it, we have been able to communicate with each other. We have been able to publish information on the web. We can buy and sell products on the web, and lately we can have social interaction on the web. But what was the one thing that was missing from the web from a native perspective that we did not have until recently? What is this one thing that was missing from the web up until the advent of the blockchain? That one thing that was missing from a native perspective was money. Money was not part of the web, was not part of the internet. So you're trying to think now, so what are you talking about, William? We have the banks. We have the banks that can let us move money around. So why are you saying that? Well, I'm saying this because, yes, the banks and the credit card companies and all the financial institutions, we need them today to move money around because they let us to believe that we need them. But in reality, what are they doing? Our accounts are with them, and they are the ones that are updating databases on their side to the other side, and we always have to go through them. And they give us the illusion that we need them. What the blockchain does, it challenges this concept. And I want to start by giving you a definition of the blockchain, which is very fundamental. It is very simple, but it is very fundamental. It is the beginning of everything. It's really about being able to transfer value from one person to another, peer-to-peer, without having an intermediary in the middle or counterparty. That is really the essence of the blockchain. When Satoshi Nakamoto wrote the paper in 2009, that was really the essence of what the invention of the blockchain was about. And it was a combination of cryptography, computer science, and game theory that came together and has allowed us to categorically and surely transfer money in the form of a digital money, which we are calling now cryptocurrency, from one party to another without having anybody in the middle. That is very fundamental. It is simple enough, but it is really what is setting everything that we have believed for in the past. It's putting it into question. So having said that, what is the thing that the blockchain disrupts really, if you think about it? If the fundamental aspect now is that we can move value, we can move money without having anybody in the middle, what is the blockchain disrupting? It depends. You have to look at it from three different perspectives. If you look at it from a technology perspective, the database is being disrupted when it comes to the blockchain. If you look at it from a business perspective, the business models are being disrupted. That is why there are so many startups today that are involved with the blockchain. And if you look at it from a legal perspective, everything is up for grabs now. The compliance models, the governments are trying to grapple with the impact of the blockchain. The regulatory bodies are all trying to understand what it means that now we can be challenging the existing legal constructs that we know about. You have to think that the blockchain is more than one thing. That is why it takes a little bit of time for anyone to try to understand it. That is why I wrote the book, because I struggled a bit at the beginning. I've been involved in the space for more than 5 years. And the first 6 months, I was just studying it. I was reading everything about it. And it wasn't very obvious. The internet and the web was challenging to understand in 95 and 94, 96, 97. Today we take it for granted, but if some of you were there when it was beginning, I spent 3 years of my life in 95, 96, 97, 98 trying to explain the web to companies and to businesses. I wrote a book at the time called Opening Digital Markets. And now we take it for granted, but the blockchain is very similar to the web because it is more than one thing. At the time, I said the web had six personalities. The blockchain has 10 different personalities. So you have to think about these things simultaneously. Some people look at the blockchain and say, well, all I see is cryptocurrency. Some others say, well, all I see is a distributed ledger, a common ledger that is decentralized, that is shared by others. Some see it as a development environment if you are a developer, but it is really all of the above. It is also a computing infrastructure, a transaction platform. It is about decentralizing databases. It's about open source because the innovation is open. Anybody can contribute to blockchain technology. It is creating a new financial services market. It is about peer-to-peer networks and a new way to do cloud computing. And it is creating this new trust services layer on top of what we have today. So the big thing is when you put all of this together, what does it mean? It means that now we have programmable money. We did not have that before. We could not program money natively and use business logic with software that said, if this, then that, then money gets transferred. I could have a bet with somebody that if the weather tomorrow is going to be more than 10 degrees, then if I lose or if I win, automatically the money gets transferred in seconds without having anybody in the middle. It has given the birth to what is called crypto capital now. Cryptocurrency is real money. It is funding new startups at the rate of billions of dollars. There's more money coming into startups today from crypto capital than from early stage and angel stage traditional VCs. That number has grown faster in the last year than what traditional VCs have been giving startups. That's a very important aspect. Tokens now, you hear of tokens. Tokens is just a cryptocurrency with a purpose. I'll talk more about that in a minute. If you're a big company, now you're thinking, well, this is going to change the way we do business. When the internet came along, it was a big business process reengineering exercise for many big companies. It put into question everything they were doing. The blockchain is doing the same thing in terms of business-to-business relationships. Now we can transact value in a peer-to-peer model. And value is not just money. It could be anything that has value. Now we can go and prove the truth because the blockchain has this memory. Once you write something on the blockchain, you cannot change it. It is immutable. You cannot erase it. So it's a record that stays forever, and we'll be able to go there and say, did this happen at this particular time? Let's go and check it. It is providing a new form of asset liquidity beyond what we have seen today. There are new forms of exchanges today that are working day in, day out, 24 hours. We don't have to wait for the New York Stock Exchange or any other stock exchange to open and close. Liquidity is available now, 24 hours, anywhere in the world, without any borders. That is very important. It is creating new governance models in terms of how we govern companies and how we make decisions, and it is really questioning the nature of work fundamentally. As you think about what the blockchain is enabling, what is important to keep in mind is that this important question, which I keep bringing up, is that, is this really going to lead us to a better world than the one that we have today? This is something that a lot of those that are involved with the blockchain look at today. There are close to 1,500 cryptocurrencies today, and one way to look about the impact of these cryptocurrencies is to look at the market capitalization of all of them together. So you can go to CoinMarketCap and look at that. A year ago, we were at $74 billion. We had a high of over $800 billion in January. Today, it's come down a little bit to $300 billion, but that is still, you can look at it and say, well, is this a big number or is it a small number? Just as an example, Apple, one company, market cap is more than $800 billion. So all of the cryptocurrencies are equivalent to one big company today. And even if you look at the $300 billion, yes, it's a big number, but the financial system is in the trillion of dollars worldwide. There are more than 30 companies that have market caps of more than $250 billion today. So in relative terms, this is still a small number. But it is still a big number when you look at the creation of a new ecosystem. And if you look at the crypto capital I was just talking about, in the last 2 years, more than $23 billion have been given away out of this $400 to $800 billion crypto capital. It's a very generous ecosystem. It is giving back this money to startups and to companies, maybe a little bit more generously than we could, that they need, because there has been some that have raised more money than they need, and that could create a bubble in the future. But nevertheless, it is creating this phenomena. And if you can see here, the US is not the majority. This is a very global phenomena. Anyone, any company in the world now can tap this global capital. And there have been companies anywhere in the world, in small countries and big countries, attract capital globally. And that's what's really interesting about this. I said that this is really about the changing nature of work. And did you know that you all have 3 jobs, really? We all have 3 jobs. Maybe you don't think about it that way, but think about it. The first job is the job that you go to work for. Traditionally, you go to the office, or you get paid at the end of the month. You get a paycheck for. That is the work that you do necessarily, and you know about that. The second job that we all have is taking care of ourselves, taking care of our home, cleaning up the home, doing the dishes, taking care of a relative or somebody that you know. That is the second job we all have. We cannot escape. And the third job that we all have as well, but we don't think about it as a job, is a job that somebody has given us online when we go and book an airline ticket, or when we book a hotel, or we do something online, or even if we give our data online. We don't think of it as a job, but we are doing something, but we are not getting compensated for it. Does it have to be that way? What cryptocurrency allows us to do is a way to now getting compensated for either data that we give or for time that we spend. And this is creating a circular economy where we can be earning tokens, which is a cryptocurrency with a purpose, and then we can spend these tokens. So there is this earning and spending, there's this creating and consuming, and there are companies today that are creating their own ecosystem, that are issuing their own currency with a given purpose, being that special purpose. And in the same way that we have many apps today running on our smartphones, we're going to have a lot of apps in the future that will have a wallet. And the wallet will be tied into the function of the app itself. And the work we do, the interaction we have with this app, is going to allow us to earn money. Cryptocurrency that we can then exchange, and the value goes up. Today we have a lot to talk about in terms of tokens. It's kind of the talk of the ecosystem today. A lot of companies are creating tokens, but the tokens now are part of the business model. It could be a right to vote, or right to have access. It could be an ownership. It could be the equivalent of an ownership, could be a fractional ownership. This building could be fractionalized perhaps in many thousand shares that we can each own a part of, and it could be represented as a token that could be then exchanged. It could be ownerships of something that is called a native asset, a crypto asset, an asset that exists only on the blockchain, that has no other equivalent outside of the blockchain. Remember, money now is a digital asset on the blockchain, so we can trade money. And if I send you a cryptocurrency, I don't have it anymore in my pocket. One example of a crypto asset is a CryptoKitty. How many of you have heard or have owned a CryptoKitty? So it's a bit of a game right now, CryptoKitties. It's a representation of a real cat on the web, on the blockchain. It looks like a cartoon, but the kitty is unique to you. If you own the kitty, nobody else owns it. And if you sell that kitty to somebody else, you don't own it anymore. So the CryptoKitties is an example of a native asset. And furthermore, the kitty could have a hat, for example. You can buy a hat for the kitty, and the kitty owns the hat. So if you sell the kitty, the hat goes with it. It could represent work. We do work, we spend time, we get rewarded. If Facebook existed today, it would not exist the way it would be. The average person spends an hour a day on Facebook, and what do we get in return? Nothing. We give them our time, we give them our data, we give them our contacts, our interactions. They take that, they package it into advertising and sell it to advertisers. They make the billions of dollars, and we don't make anything. Cryptocurrency could be also used as a form of payment. I've written this in detail on my blog. I call this tokenomics, and you can go in there and then really understand all the different facets that tokens have. So the killer app for the blockchain is not really tokens, it's really what tokens enable. And what they enable is the creation of this new private economy, of new ecosystems, new protocols that are a new way of doing things. This brings us to the topic of tokens 1.0 versus tokens 2.0. And I'm seeing today a lot of the first companies that are involved in this, they are trying to copy what we know, what we see. But that is not where the innovation is. Innovation is in trying to invent something that we did not have before. So on this graph, you see old companies and new companies. And the old companies are trying to do something new. That's okay, that's the business-to-business side here. And you have new startups trying to use the old way. This is 1.0. So we are doing tickets. Let's say we can buy tickets. Let's now buy tickets on the blockchain. But where's the innovation there? What I'm the most excited about is new companies trying to do something new, like CryptoKitties. There's no equivalent to CryptoKitties. You could not, there's nothing, I could not have a kitty in my pocket and give it to you. There's no equivalent. It only lives on the blockchain. And we need to see more models that only exist on the blockchain, where the value is really unique to that. In the startup lingo, you hear of a term called product to market fit. And companies spend 2 or 3 years iterating to find the product to market fit. So now the new product to market fit is what I call the token to market fit. When you hear and read about these white papers that companies are issuing, it is just theory. It is just an assumption. It is the hypothesis that they have. But there's no skin in the game until they go to the market. And no plan survives the battlefield, in the same way that no white paper is going to survive going to the market. So you have to go now and try to test these hypotheses, and that's the key thing. At the end of the day, we need to have usage. The token that matters is the token that gets used. And that's been my theme now going forward, is we have to start to see these usage metrics and traction on the blockchain. When I talk to companies, I ask them, like, do you really need the blockchain? What is the token doing that you could not do without the token? And that is the key question that you have to ask yourself. Then this brings us to the topic of decentralization, because that is what the blockchain enables. And the theory is that decentralization is better than centralization, because it puts power more into everybody. But decentralization is not easy. And in an ideal world, you have the idealists that want to decentralize everything, and they want to put everything on the chain. But that is not ideal, because it slows everything down, and the blockchains are not fast enough today to do that. So we have to compromise. We have to compromise and have some degrees of decentralization. And when we look at where we are today, and I've been using this 25 years ago, it's the same thing: infrastructure, middleware, and then applications. So the analogy is that we have the internet, we have HTML, we have middleware, like Java is the language of the web, and we have applications like Facebook and Twitter. But when it comes to the blockchain, we're still barely into it. So some examples of decentralized companies: the blockchain as an infrastructure is decentralized. Peer-to-peer commerce, a company called OpenBazaar, where you can buy and sell without having anybody in the middle. It's like eBay without eBay. CryptoKitties for buying and selling native assets. 0x for trading without any exchanges in the middle. Decentralized computing, decentralized storage, content, all of these companies are coming. I've written recently about this. There are now directories where you can go and find out about all of these dApps, decentralized apps. And I encourage you to experiment with them. They are not all perfect. Many of them are in their first stages, but that is really what the future is all about. Where are we today in terms of the evolution of the blockchain? We are still in the installation phase. We are not yet deploying this. There are no millions of users yet. There are a few millions, but not a lot. Not too many applications have millions of users. But we're going to get there over the next few years. But we have to focus on real token utility. And now in the application side, we can say, for example, again, I use CryptoKitties as an example because they have the most number of transactions. 2.8 million transactions, smart contracts, that is the name of the transaction model, on the blockchain, already there. OpenBazaar has had more than 100,000 downloads. Ethereum, 53% of the activity on Ethereum is coming from smart contracts. That is real utility. Kik may become the most used token by the end of the year. Steemit. How many of you are using Steemit, where you can write content and get paid for it? Has already given $42 million of real money to users because they are spending time writing content and getting voted up. That is really what the future is in terms of real token usage. And that's what we have to focus on and to be thinking about the real traction and the real utility. In closing, I want to remind you that way back then, the Stone Age did not end because of a lack of stone. It means that we don't have to wait for old technology and old business models to die. They will not die on their own. We have to move forward with the new technology, with the new business models, and that is what the blockchain is all about. Thank you.
All right, so now we have some pitches. The 3 finalists in the Stukpeluren competition, Travable, Co-Ride, and Porcelain Fortress. Where are you guys? Are you guys here? Right there? All right, cool. All right, so I want you guys to come up. You're going to be pitching for about a minute to tell folks about your thing. Also, we need photographs, so if you're going to tweet photographs, tag them SI 2018 so the rest of the world knows that we exist, all right? So, Travable.
Hi, everybody. My name is Ósk, and I am the founder and CEO of Travable. And Travable is a travel companion for the physically impaired. I want you to imagine Christine. She is a 40-year-old woman and a wheelchair user who travels often because of work, and every single time she has trouble finding out if places and services meet her need. Well, Christine, she's just one out of 750,000 wheelchair users in the Nordics alone. And if you add family and friends and assistants, this number easily adds up to 6 million affected. And we also need to think about our older generations and others who have physical limitations. And this is the reason why we are offering Travable, which is a free app for Christine and other users. We use open data and we get information from services like Google and Nordic platforms, and we enrich this data with the help from our users. What's really good about our app is the possibility of adjusting the profile so that the information will always be positive, because we want people to see what they can do, not what they can't do. Our team consists of myself and Hannes Petersson, our CTO, and we are very lucky to have great people with us in a focus group, advisory board, and Icelandic programming team. We are first and foremost a social enterprise, and right now we have a freemium model, but we are changing into a commission model. But we intend to base our business on a triple win circle, where there's a mutual benefit for all, because we want cities to become front runners in accessibility. We want businesses to expand and offer better service to all, and we want individuals to become more engaged in society. So if you want to check us out, we are on App Store and Google Play, Travable, and thank you. You can talk to us if you want afterwards. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Michelle, and I'm the co-founder of Co-Ride. Co-Ride is a carpooling website and app that allows travelers to connect, to find and create rides, and to explore Iceland. Last year alone, there were over 2 million travelers in Iceland, and 51% were millennials aged 18 to 34. And this demographic values freedom. They want experiences, and they come to Iceland for the nature. But there's a problem, because once they come here, they only have 2 modes of transportation. They can rent a car, which is expensive, especially if you're a solo traveler or just with one other person, or you can take an organized bus tour. That's also expensive, and you don't have the same freedom. I faced this problem myself. I was a tourist over 2 years ago. I wanted to see the countryside, but I was on a budget. So I stayed at hostels, and the only option I had was to write my name and destination on a bulletin board and hope that somebody would match with me. It wasn't effective. And 2 years later, nothing's changed. With CoRide, we're here to change that. Myself and my partner, Kristen, who's dealing with the tech aspect, we're building a platform so that riders can find each other, create rides, split costs, and it's easy. And instead of $100 for a bus tour or $80 to rent a car by yourself, the average cost of CoRide would be about $25 per person. And our revenue model would be a 3% service fee for the passengers. This way, traveling in Iceland will be affordable and accessible to everyone. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Björn from Porcelain Fortress, a game development studio that makes the games of yesteryear with the technology of tomorrow. I know what you're thinking, what does that fantastic tagline even mean, Björn? And I'll tell you. It means that we look to the creme de la creme of nostalgia for inspiration. I'm talking Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, Saturday morning cartoons, and the Nintendo Entertainment System. More importantly, we have an AI-generated blockchain using XR to generate all of our games. If you investors want more buzzwords, we will add them, at no cost. But more importantly, we focus on making old games great again. And I assure you, it will be great, a lot of jobs. We have assembled an elite team of full-time workers. We have programmers, artists, developers and designers. We even have a 9th level email wizard. But enough, you say. You had me at creme. What are you making? Well, we are working on a life simulation inspired by classics such as Jones in the Fast Lane and The Game of Life. It's slated for release on PC and Mac. I do have it running on my mobile device here, so you want to see it, find me afterwards and I'll show you what we got. Wait, I'm so stressed. Wait, oh. We are not a one-pony company. We intend to make lots of ponies. I'm not sure where I'm going with this horse metaphor, but I'm invested now and I'm sticking to it. So we intend to take our ponies and they will be put in state. I'm abandoning the horse metaphor. So we intend to make lots of games. We're not a one-game company. So we are now building up our library of games. No Time to Relax is our first game. And we intend to get dedicated fans who love our games, and we can sell them into the future. We are looking for seed or angel investors, or any partnerships or publishers. So find me afterwards, and we'll talk. Cheers. Thanks.
All right, so up next we have Sigurlína Ingvarsdóttir. I mean, this is going to be excellent for me. The next couple names are Icelandic. She's senior producer for the FIFA franchise at Electronic Arts. And she's also worked on Star Wars Battlefront, EVE Online, Tom Clancy's The Division, and all kinds of exciting things. We're going to have a little video before she comes up, so let's give her a warm welcome.
Waiting is over here in Russia. And it's live.
Gotta know when to hold 'em, and know when to fold 'em. And when you hear me say it's not you, it's me, don't even ask why it's over. I'm coming through, breaking in that window in the kitchen. Hang on and get the chance, that's how I made this beat. Everybody, from the air, let me have for me. And if you didn't know I need it.
for the players.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today to speak at Startup Iceland. I've never been before, even though I'm Icelandic. I've lived abroad for the past 7 years, so I'm very excited to be here today, and so far, not disappointed. Raise your hand if you've played FIFA. So more people than have flown WoW. Okay, good. I'm happy with that. When Bala asked me to speak at the conference a few months ago, I thought about what I had to say that I could bring to this environment and to all of you, and I thought he was maybe asking me to talk about my experience working on some of the biggest brands in entertainment. And I will talk a little bit about that, but that's not the main topic of my talk. For the past 2 years in my business of video games, I've been studying diversity and inclusion and its effect, or the lack of diversity of inclusion on the culture of teams. And if I think about some of the issues that I've seen, I think about kind of the way that culture forms. And I think a startup conference is a great place to talk about culture, because obviously the biggest factors on culture are the founders of companies. So I feel it's a relevant topic, and I'm going to be weaving that into my story about what I've learned making video games for the past 12 years. But I'll start sort of going through the journey that I've had. So I'm born and raised in Iceland, and I had a very typical sort of Icelandic education path. I went to a school called Langholtsskóli, then I went to Menntaskólinn in Reykjavík, where our president, who unfortunately isn't here anymore, taught me history, because this is Iceland. And then I went to the University of Iceland and I studied industrial engineering. And mostly I studied industrial engineering because I didn't really know what I wanted to do when I grew up. And I felt that that was a way to keep most options open. And Iceland, as you know, has a lot of renewable energy. And what does it do with renewable energy? It makes aluminium, obviously. And when I was a teenager, this woman was running one of our largest smelters, and she still is. And she stood out amongst a sea of men. She was there with her red lipstick, and she was doing something that I felt was so inspirational and cool. And because I could see her, I could want to be like her. And I really wanted to run an aluminium smelter for many years. I graduated university, and I applied to the aluminium smelter and to a pharmaceutical company and a prosthetics company and an airline. And I got the job in the pharmaceutical company, and as a 23-year-old, I started working there as a project manager. And I felt very intimidated by all the smart, well-educated people that I worked with. But as a project manager, I could bring a lot of value to them through my work, which I came to enjoy immensely. And I stayed there for 3 years and had an awesome time, but I felt like I should not get stuck at the same company just after graduation. So I went to work for a retail holding company as a project manager in business development. And it was something that sounded really cool, but it was horribly boring. And I really felt like I made a big mistake, but in hindsight, maybe it was the best thing that could have happened to me to have a boring job. And I learned a little trick, which I'm going to share with you, which is there's a site that's called futureme.org. Has anyone heard of it? No. On futureme.org, you can send yourselves emails into the future. And I wrote one, and I sent it 4 months into the future, and it said, if you still feel like this, quit. And I received the email, and I still felt like it, and I quit. But just before, I'd gone to a presentation by Hilmar, who's the CEO of CCP. And Hilmar had a presentation about EVE Online, and I completely fell in love. And 6 weeks later, I started working for CCP in Iceland. And so EVE, the game that CCP makes, is an absolutely unique snowflake in the world of video games. It's an MMO that was launched in 2003, so 15 years ago. It's one of the very few true virtual worlds that's ever been built. It's a game design marvel, and it's a technological marvel. And when I joined, I had no idea about how video games were made. I thought that you needed to be a programmer or an artist to make video games, and I was an absolute noob. I knew nothing, and I was just thrown into this exciting world of making games. And it was so different from the serious companies I'd worked in before. I'd worked in serious companies, but this was a place that had game and movie posters everywhere, and kind of figurines from Star Wars and different franchises, and there was no dress code, or it was, but it was jeans and a t-shirt, and people played video games during lunch, and they were so passionate. They were so passionate about CCP, they were so passionate about EVE Online, they were so passionate about doing a great job, and I really had to pinch myself in the arm every morning that this was my job. It was pretty awesome. And so I spent 5 years at CCP as a producer, first on EVE Online, where I made a coffee table book, and I integrated a voice client into EVE and got the game launched on Mac and Linux. And I really got a great experience working with my colleagues in the offices in Atlanta and in Shanghai. And it really broadened my perspective to work with these people from the different offices. And as an example, one very mundane thing that I learned is that what I perceive to be truth from my perspective isn't an absolute truth. It's just my perspective. Sounds very simple, it's very complex. And one of the things that made me realize this was going to Shanghai and eating chicken. And in Iceland, the best meat of the premium meat of the chicken is the breast meat, obviously, because that has no bones. In China, the best meat of the chicken is the thigh and the wing meat because it has bones. Same animal, same taste, completely different understanding of what best is. And it's something that I've thought about through the years as I've worked more and more in diverse teams and with different cultures, is that there are so many things that you take for granted from your perspective that someone else sees completely differently. And that can be a great strength. But after 5 years at CCP, which were really great, I was offered a job at a company in Malmö in Sweden for a company called Ubisoft Massive, where I got the offer to run my own game as a senior producer. And I said to a friend of mine, I was really scared, and I said to a good friend of mine, well, I don't know if I should take this job. I don't really feel ready, and maybe the next time an opportunity like this comes along, I'll take it. And she just looked at me and said, shut up and leave. There might not be a next time. And so I thought it was great advice, and I'll always be grateful to her, and it's kind of led me to form a motto, which is, I'd rather regret the things that I do than the things that I don't do. And so my family and we moved to Malmö. I started working on this project. I really enjoyed Malmö. I really enjoyed Massive and Sweden. But a year after I'd been there, I got an offer to go work for DICE, which is one of EA's flagship studios, and they're most famous for the Battlefield series. So during the 4 years that I spent at DICE, I worked first on a game called Mirror's Edge Catalyst, and then I was asked to lead the Star Wars Battlefront team. So along with 4 other people, we founded the leadership team of Star Wars Battlefront. And these 4 men that I worked with, they were incredibly talented, professional, and great, and we immediately formed a really, really great and really strong team, one of the best teams I've ever worked with. And we led the team from when the game was just a PowerPoint show with the concept to a team of more than 100 when the game launched in 2015. And so as Star Wars is owned by Disney, we had to work closely with Lucasfilm, who are the kind of guardians of the IP, which meant that I had to go to Skywalker Ranch, which is George Lucas's ranch, where all the props and costumes from the original trilogy of movies are kept. And I had to go on the set of Rogue One, so it's a horrible job, as you can see. But yes, it was one of these moments that I really had to pinch myself in the arm. And as a senior producer, my job was incredibly varied. It went from running the development, my day-to-day job was running the development of the game, but I also worked with the marketing team on defining the marketing strategy for the game, liaised with Lucasfilm, worked with a myriad of internal and external stakeholders at EA. And it was hectic and stressful and more than a bit insane, but it was absolutely awesome. And so the game did well. It actually did so well that it won a Guinness World Record for the best-selling Star Wars game of all time. But I wasn't there to receive the award because I had moved to Vancouver, which I did a year and a half ago, to work on FIFA. And FIFA is, as I think you know, it's one of the biggest video game franchises of all time. It's one of the biggest entertainment properties of all times. And it's been released every year since 1992. And so my job on that has been to define the future strategy of the franchise. And now I'm running the development of FIFA 19, which is coming out this fall. And what I've experienced moving from all the different game studios I've worked in is that making sports videos is completely different from making any other type of video game. So because it comes out every year, the project management is incredibly precise. Features are tracked down to the hour. There's an army of project managers that make sure that this behemoth that has to ship every year on time comes out on time. And that also means that for me, after 12 years in this business, I'm still learning, still being pushed far outside of my comfort zone, which is nice and sometimes very scary. But that leads me to what I wanted to talk to you about today, which is, so over 11 years, I worked in 4 studios in 3 countries with fantastic people on amazing games. I've had amazing experiences and I've made many of my best friends. But I've also carried a dirty little secret. Video games mostly are made by, and this is changing now for the better, but video games are made by a lot of men who love video games. And I've so often felt like an imposter in this business, that I'm not enough of a video game fan, that I'm not enough of a Star Wars fan, that I'm not enough of a sports fan, that I'm not enough, that I'm not included, that I'm not invited. And this comes as a surprise for people who've gotten to know me very recently. This means that for the longest time during my career, I've kept quiet. I've not brought forth my opinions and my perspectives in the discussions at hand. And often, or sometimes, I've seen in hindsight that the opinion that I had or the perspective that I held would have maybe driven a more optimal conclusion than the course that was taken. But I didn't bring my opinion, I didn't bring my perspective, so it doesn't really matter what happened in my head. It had no effect. And as a manager of large teams and a leader in an international organization, I have now seen and understood the value of different opinions and perspectives and how they bring more to the table, surface more options, and are conducive to better results. And this is supported by data. There are a myriad of research in the field, but this one from McKinsey was a report on 366 public companies in the US. And what they found out is that whether you look at ethnic diversity or gender diversity, companies that placed in the top 4th quartile within their industry, either for ethnic diversity or gender diversity, if they were measured by ethnic diversity, companies were 35% more likely to have better financial returns than the average for that, and than the mean for that industry. And if you looked at it from the gender perspective, they were 15% more likely to have a better financial return. And I don't think this is very surprising. I worked with a lot of men during my career and a few women in comparison. And it appears to me that we tend very much to hire people who are like us. I don't think that's an issue that's specific to the games industry, and I don't think it's particularly surprising. But if we want to change this, then I do think that we need to look much more closely at this process of self-replication. So I'm going to bring up an example that probably some of you have seen before, but I found very interesting when I saw this in a presentation. So I looked into it. But in the 1970s, 6% of the musicians in the top 5 symphonic orchestras in the US were women. During the 80s and the 90s, most symphonic orchestras started adopting a process of blind auditions, where the musicians played behind the screen. Do you know what happened when they did that? First, absolutely nothing. And do you know why? Because the auditioners could hear the musician walking to their chairs, and they could hear from the sound of high heels when a woman was walking. This was addressed by having the musicians remove their shoes. And in 1993, when this study was done, the gender ratio of women in the orchestras had tripled after adopting this. And so what this study shows is a classic example of the unconscious bias. The judges at the auditions were in all likelihood proficient music lovers, well-educated and open-minded, at least in their own minds. What the study also shows is that they were also biased towards men. So we're all biased. It's how we operate. And it's the reason that we so often surround ourselves by like-minded people. In order to understand our biases, we can take word association tests online, so-called implicit bias tests, or implicit association tests. And through doing that, I found out, unfortunately, that I am ableist. That is, I am prejudiced towards disabled people. And I'm not proud of it, and I don't want to be, but now that I know that I am, I can hopefully do something about it and try and correct for my biases. And we're all biased. And this unconscious bias shapes our worldview, and it manifests in our processes and our culture. We might say, it's really hard to recruit women, as an example. Not many apply, and we don't want to change our criteria to bring more of them in. Fair enough, but then maybe we should look at why so few apply. I mean, in some disciplines, the gender ratio of women is pretty abysmal, like computer science, where the gender ratio of women has gone down from 37% in the mid-80s down to 18% in 2013, according to the US Department of Education. But most games companies, or many tech companies, don't even have 18% computer engineers. The reason that the percentage is so low is not only the ratio within the discipline itself, it's that in many cases, women don't perceive these companies to be feasible places to work. And we have to, if we want to change it as we recruit, then we have to do something about it. When we look at how we hire, look at how we recruit in companies, I find it helpful to think about the recruiting process as any other manufacturing process. We feed ingredients, job candidates, into a machine. We process it according to a defined set of criteria, and the output is an employee who has the required skills and is a good culture fit. And for many of us, this machine seems to be a self-replicating machine. Many companies now have realized this. EA, the company that I work for, is doing a lot of work examining the entire process of how we hire, as well as the culture of the company, with the endeavor to bring in more women and more minorities into the culture and to change the culture. And it's great to finally, after 12 years in this business, to be able to be a part of it and to have this conversation, because again, for the longest time, I kept very quiet and we didn't have this conversation, so just being able to have it is great. But as we look at our processes, we should think about, okay, if we want to change things up, if we want to bring in more perspectives, which is why we're doing what we're doing, we need to change this machine. And so Einstein famously said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. So how do we change the machine? Well, we look at how we hire. How do we recruit? What language do we use? Do we talk about working hard and playing hard? Are we communicating in a way that attracts more in the same, and then we're surprised when nothing changes? How do we assess what are important skills and abilities for the job? And more importantly, when we ask these questions, we're not just asking people who are like us, we're asking also the people who are different. So let's talk about the power of language. I'll give you an example. A few years ago, I was working with my peers in a studio leadership group on defining a vision statement for the studio. And it was lofty and inspiring, and it contained a line about creating immersive, awe-inspiring experiences. And a coworker of mine suggested that we change this to dominating, awe-inspiring, immersive experiences. And when I compared the two versions, I wanted to be a part of creating these awe-inspiring, immersive experiences, but the dominating line left me cold, and I didn't see myself as a part of that future. So I think language is an important part of the equation, and it's something that we really need to be mindful of. However, how we hire is just one side of the coin. The other side is culture. This picture is from The Wolf of Wall Street, which is a great movie, and it shows stockbrokers betting on dwarf throwing. It's a wonderful example of a toxic combination of money and testosterone and cocaine, and I think it's to the absolute extreme of masculine culture, and this is not anything like the culture of my company, just to be clear. I just took it as an example. But the culture starts when the company is founded, and it's hard to change when it's formed, particularly in large organizations. But smaller teams and companies are more agile and more nimble and have more control over their destiny. So for all of you here, think about the culture of your company and your team. Is everyone speaking up, or only some? Does everyone feel included and invited to conversations, or only some? Because if you have a culture where not everyone feels empowered to speak up, you're only harvesting a part of the brainpower of your company. And it comes at a cost to your company and your business. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Now we have coming up Magnus Bjornsson, CEO of Men and Mice. He has a deep background in technology. He went to the University of Reykjavik, but then he went to Brandeis, where he taught computer science, a PhD in that. And we're going to be talking about David and Goliath. There he is.
So first of all, I thought the previous speaker was very inspiring. So, thank you. This is towards her, not me. So first of all, I would like to thank Startup Iceland for inviting us to speak here. We at Men and Mice recognize the importance of the startup industry, especially since we consider ourselves to be part of it. Now, Men and Mice is a small company that's been around for quite some time, nearly 30 years, actually. So you could, I guess, call us a mature startup company. Now, we've had some success, so I would like to take a moment to talk about some of the things that have worked for us and enabled us to compete globally. Hopefully, some of our hard-earned lessons can benefit some of you. Now, being a small company on a small island somewhere in the North Atlantic definitely poses some challenges when building a technology company. It is, in fact, a classic David versus Goliath story, which we all know, kind of the hungry underdog taking on a bigger opponent. So let's start with shampoos. Now, stay with me here. Some of you may recognize the brands up here. I know for a fact that many of them are used in my household. These brands, and many others in addition to them, started with an idea that launched a company around them. And over time, they grew their market share, one lustrous head of hair at a time. But what you may not know is that these brands, as well as many others, are in fact all owned by just two companies. These companies are Unilever and Procter & Gamble, giants in the consumer goods industry. In fact, when you look at pretty much any consumer brand, it's most likely owned by a small handful, one of a small handful of giant corporations. Interestingly enough, a number of these huge consumer goods companies choose to work with this small little company on a small little island in the North Atlantic. Now, that is quite interesting, since this small little Icelandic company is in fact operating in a market that's very competitive and has a number of giants to compete with. Now, just to continue the shampoo parable a little longer, it's as if a small shampoo company were competing directly against these giants. Challenging, but actually very doable. These big multinational manufacturing companies typically have thousands of brands, each with their own presence on the internet. Now, you can go to Tide.com or Dove.com and read about, shop, and review the products. So each of these companies have to manage these brand websites. And part of website management is managing the domain. Note that you not only have to register the brand domains, but also related brands and so-called anti-brands, something, something, something sucks.com. So for thousands of brands, that can translate into tens of thousands of DNS entries. The domain management required knowledge, know-how, and specialization that's in actually short supply and high demand. Part of DNS management is all about managing these domains. So let me take a few minutes to explain DNS at a very high level. So I'm sure most of you recognize this building, the beautiful Harpa. Now let's assume that you're supposed to give a talk at a conference, let's say Startup Iceland, and that you're running late, something actually that has been known to happen to me in particular. Now, you need to call the reception at Harpa and let them know that you're running late so they can make arrangements. Now, what number would you use? What number would you call? Just out of curiosity, how many of you know by heart the telephone number in the reception here at Harpa? Even the employees don't know, which actually isn't a surprise, because we know what to do in these situations. We look it up. Now, we have various ways of doing that. We can kind of go the old-fashioned routes by using physical phone directories. I actually had one of those pictures up there, but my head of PR and communication said, no, you want to be more modern. Put a website up there. So of course I did. So what you're doing, whether you're using an online service or a physical phone directory or asking a friend, you're doing a mapping. You're doing a mapping from a name to a telephone number. Well, surprise, surprise, computers have to do the same thing when they want to communicate. So if you want to reach a service online or a domain, the computer needs the equivalent of a telephone number. Let's call it an internet address, because that's really what it's called, an IP address. It needs that address to be able to talk to or connect to the computer on the other side. Now, let's say if you want to shop on Amazon.com or watch a movie on Netflix.com. What's happening is that your computer is doing this lookup in real time behind the scenes without you really being aware of it. So DNS, which is this process, is a fundamental part of the internet, with most people not seeing it at all, which is really the way it's supposed to be, unless it stops working. And that has happened. In October 2016, for example, companies such as Netflix.com and Twitter and Airbnb and a bunch of financial companies essentially vanished off the face of the internet. They became inaccessible because nobody could do that mapping from the name Netflix.com to the internet address required to connect to. And for a company that lives and breathes on the internet, that is catastrophic. It's kind of the equivalent of somebody hogging the phone directory and not letting you look up a number when you need to make a phone call. Now, this was done through a DDoS, or a distributed denial of service attack, which is actually one of the most devastating cyber attacks on the internet today. So, what have we learned? That when you want to connect to a service on the internet, for example, Google's, in the background, a mapping from a name to a number is done by a thing called DNS server. In this example, the user wants to connect to google.com, and the computer transparently asks the DNS server to give back the internet address, which the computer then uses to connect. Now, keep in mind that this is a simplified version of DNS. Production DNS servers add many other bells and whistles and complexities. But at its core, it's really just a fancy way of looking up a number in a directory. Now, it's a global directory, one directory for the entire world. It's a directory for all services available on the entire internet. And it always needs to work, and needs to be safe, it needs to be secure, and it needs to be really, really fast. And that is actually quite a challenge. So hopefully now you have a better understanding of the complexities involved. Now, interestingly enough, recently a new breed of solutions came to market called managed DNS or cloud DNS. With cloud DNS, companies can outsource the DNS part of the critical infrastructure. This can be more cost-effective, more secure, and better performing than having your own DNS server. So what's the downside? Well, migrations can be challenging, and now your critical infrastructure depends on a third party. So if that third party has an outage, the impact to your business could be catastrophic. For example, having a single cloud DNS provider may expose you to a DDoS attack, which is what happened just under 2 years ago with Netflix and Twitter. And interestingly enough, that's where a squadron of humans and some rodents can save the day. So this is what this small Icelandic company helps corporations manage. We were founded in 1990, so we're actually 28 years of age this year. A reasonably old company that still retains its startup identity. Early on, we put our mark on the DNS segment by releasing a product called Quick DNS, the world's first DNS server for Mac OS 9. Keep in mind, in those days, mostly individuals and small companies were using DNS on Mac. And in all cases, pretty much, the DNS server was running on some machine, maybe in a closet somewhere, but on the local network. Now, as the story goes, one of our customers was the co-founder of Apple Computers, Steve Wozniak. And interestingly enough, he loved our product so much that he actually purchased a dozen licenses to give as Christmas presents to his friends and family. Knowing my wife, I'm not sure that's recommended or would work. But if you want to, you're welcome, anytime. We'll be happy to sell you a couple of licenses. Now, around 2000, the year 2000, we moved into managing DNS servers as opposed to developing and selling the DNS server itself. And this is where we really started to enter the enterprise market. And then just before 2010, we expanded the scope of our software to include general network management, knowing what devices are on the network and what they're doing. When I joined Men and Mice in late 2016, we set our sights on a new and exciting market, the cloud. And this year, we'll see even more major updates. Now, if we take a step back and look at this timeline, then we should get a sense of evolution and adaptation. And this may give you a sense of how far we've come in the past 15 years or so. Now, keep in mind, I'm not talking about one guy at the company sitting in a basement somewhere, maybe with a red stapler, using our software. No, these are typically multiple teams, multiple internal teams using the product to manage a network that scales up to millions of active devices and tens, even hundreds of thousands of servers. So, the big question, how does a small Icelandic company successfully recruit and retain blue-chip customers? Now, I've outlined the kinds of problems we at Men and Mice help our customers solve. So it shouldn't come as a surprise that we're not the only company that's working on solving these problems. In fact, we're directly competing against companies that are over 30 times our size. So what properties or attributes helped us compete and help us compete even today amongst these giants? So I've thought about this quite a bit, and because a small company having a who's who list of customers, that is quite an accomplishment. So here's what I've come up with. So number one, we got our foot in the door early. We started working on DNS in its early days, shortly after kind of the internet came about. We grew organically and incrementally, so we never lost sight of our identity. We managed to adopt new technologies quickly and incorporate them into our products efficiently. We were lucky enough and this is where luck plays a part, to pick an industry that's even more relevant today than it was when we started. We built deep relationship with industry experts, and over time became the industry experts. Being small definitely has benefits. We can identify market opportunities much easier and be more nimble in responding. We get instant feedback from customers at all levels of the company. We're focused. We're doing one thing, but doing it really well. And everyone in the company is involved. So there's a shared sense of destiny, which I'm sure many startups kind of recognize. So, it's not enough to know what to do. You have to execute. Someone once said that ideas are a dime a dozen. It's the execution that counts. And in our experience, being small helps with execution because A, small teams have less overhead, communication, bureaucracy, noise. This is also known as the 2 pizza rule. If a team cannot be fed by 2 pizzas, then it's too large. And then B, small teams are actually more productive, known as the Ringelmann effect, which is the tendency for individual members to become less productive as the size of the group increases. So in summary, by keeping the company targeted and focused on solving one thing and doing it really well, being small actually is a benefit. So I would very much like you to reach out to me afterwards if you have comments or questions. As Benjamin Franklin and others have said, in this world, nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes. So we live in a world that's continuously changing, and being able to adopt quickly and change is what separates successful companies from the rest. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, this next one's going to be a hoot. The guy who's coming up next is Jonathan Hirschon. He's the only PR person I like as a journalist. Quite literally, there's nobody else. Like, I hate them all, except for this guy. Don't take his picture. He has been successfully anonymous online for like years now. 25 years. He's never had his picture online, so don't ruin it today. If he does, I'm coming for you, right? All right, because I have to support him. John, come on up here.
Thank you. Thank you. So thank you, John. And first of all, it's wonderful to be here. This is going to be a different presentation than what you've previously seen and probably will see afterwards. It is charitably described as eccentric, which is basically me. And one of the things I'm going to do is I hate standing on stage. I don't need to be on stage, so I'm going to stand down here. And I'm going to explain why in a moment. So the title of the presentation is PR, the Rocket Science of Art, and I'll explain the rationale of that. Very briefly, I've been doing PR for 31 years in the technology area. I've actually been doing it since 1988. So I date back to the dinosaur days. And I've been privileged to be in charge of PR for Sony in the early 90s when it was the biggest brand in the world. I was in charge of PR for Apple, which was always interesting. And I've worked with more than almost 140 startups over the years. I do have a very unusual sense of humor, which you're going to see consistently displayed throughout this presentation. So before I even go into PR, one of the things I'd like to do is give you an outsider's perspective of Iceland. So why would I do that? You'll see in a moment. But first, let's just see how I see you. The first example of bad PR in this case. For those of you who aren't Icelandic, turn to an Icelander and ask them about that app. They'll explain it to you. Your food ranges from the sublime, which I consider the hot dog, by the way, to be at the pinnacle of that, to the ridiculous, which is, choose your favorite, whether that's hakkarl or sheep's head or anything like that. I'm very fond of Luftkuchen. And the item on the bottom left there, some of you will probably recognize. I'm going to give you an anecdotal story very briefly about that. My wife and I came to Iceland right after the crash for our honeymoon 8 years ago. And it was our first experience in Iceland, realistically. And we both like to cook, so I went to a grocery store with her and we picked up some items. And one of the first things that I saw there was this wonderful loaf of brown bread, and I'm a huge bread fan. So this is the night of our honeymoon. So we decided that I would basically just go ahead and try the bread, and I did. And it was delicious, so I ended up eating the entire loaf. For those of you who are not familiar with Thunder Bread, I spent my entire honeymoon farting my brains out. And in fact, my wife is here with me so that we can actually try for number 2, this time without Thunder Bread. Come on, really? Your language angers and confuses me. And that's probably true for most Scandinavians as well. I mean, your language is basically the equivalent of Old English after all. But at the same time, with all the eccentricities of your culture, you have actually created one of the most beautiful pieces of music that I've ever heard. And for those of you who don't know it, I'll let this play for a moment. If the hair on the back of your neck or arm did not raise, you're dead to me. Your sagas, all about vengeance and mercy. I love reading your sagas in translation. Olaf Olafsson. Actually, I used to work for Olaf many years ago at Sony. And he's one of the most brilliant people I've ever had the privilege of working with. And the mountain, well, he can be vengeance or mercy, depending on how you look at things. Magic in your culture. Hallgrímsson is proof that you have it, okay? Let's be real. You guys have an amazing football team and an amazing culture around many things in the mystical. So why did I do this? Why did I tell you about how I view your culture? The reason why I did that is I want you to have an understanding of me as a person. This is how I view your culture. It's through the lens of my experience, my personality, my eccentricities. Now that you know more about how I see you, you probably have a much better understanding of how you see me and who I am. So now I'm no longer just a presenter to you, one of many. I'm somebody who you have a better sense of as an individual. And if there is any one thing that defines the essence of public relations, it is mutual understanding. And we'll talk more about that. But my goal here is to help you to understand how Silicon Valley does PR, both bad and good, and to help you with what you're doing as well. Why do PR at all? The simple answer is, for most companies, it's valuation. Trying to raise money, whether that's a series seed, A, B, C, or what have you. It can be customer acquisition or deal flow. It can be damage control. It can be exposure. And if you ever think you've had a bad day, take a look at how much money those people lost on February 5th. Wouldn't it be great to be able to lose that kind of money? Why do they have so much money? A, and first and foremost, because they are passionate and they created amazing companies. But also, it's because you and I both use their products. Google, Facebook, Apple, any of those, and more. In large part, the reason why they became successful is because of PR. And never underestimate the valuation of that tool. If there's anything in your sagas that really explains how PR should be viewed, that's it. A tale is but half told when only one person tells it. You can write the world's greatest press release, have the world's greatest message, and if nobody picks it up or nobody reads it, it's dead. The story ends. The great thing about being Icelandic, among many other reasons, is that you literally have poetry and storytelling running through your veins, through generation after generation after generation. That gives you an inherent leg up over many other cultures because you're used to it. You understand the power of a story. And in many ways, that's really what we're doing in PR, is we are telling a story. So the goal of this presentation, pretty straightforward. I'm going to give you some examples of how PR reality checks should look. Most people don't realize PR was actually founded by somebody. There was no such discipline as public relations until this gentleman founded it. Interestingly enough, he was related to Sigmund Freud. And when Freud came up with his ideas of psychoanalysis and the human psyche and the deep things that influence us as people, he took that to heart. And he created the idea of messaging and what he called the engineering of consent. Now, if that doesn't send the hair on the back of your neck rising for a different reason, it should. Engineering of consent means propaganda. And what you have in a case like that is him, the emperor, somebody who manipulates things behind the scenes to everyone's detriment. I do not engineer consent, ever. I communicate, I inform, I facilitate. I do not manipulate. The day that I manipulate is the day I stop doing this. It's not healthy for a lot of reasons. So how do journalists view most PR people? There's a sliding scale on this. Either the shambling hordes of the undead, and I particularly like the gentleman who's a clown right behind there, or an angel. So be one of those, starting from 0 through 10. You're going to see this over and over again. And I think John can back me up on this. Tech journalists receive approximately 300 pitches per day, 95% of which are irrelevant. This is how most of them probably feel checking their inbox. The email gate's open. It's a Monday morning. God help you. And there's the abyss, just waiting for you. You get the point. Now, one of my dear friends is a gentleman named Harry McCracken, who was the founding editor of PC World, and he's also now writing for Fast Company. He gave me permission to use 2 pretty bad pitches, just as an example of what these people see. I am not going to read it to you, but just take a moment and read those and prepare to be horrified. This is what my friend has to deal with on a regular and consistent basis. It's insane. I particularly like the second one where they talk about CD cover mounts. How many times have you ever seen a print magazine recently with a CD on it? It's been a while. So the point is that a lot of pitches that these journalists get are bullshit. And as a result, the few people who do their jobs well get lost in the sea and morass of garbage. And the challenge that you face in PR is to rise above that. So your spokesperson speaking ability ranges from a potted plant, and I've had several clients who fall into that category, to Steve Jobs. The danger that most clients have is that they think they're Steve Jobs. They think they can put a black turtleneck on and a pair of jeans and walk up, and suddenly the world will bow at their feet. And that's just not going to happen. I brought Steve Jobs back to Apple. That was one of my great things in life. And I can tell people that story another time. But I knew Steve Jobs quite well, and the truth is, we're not him. The experience of your PR counsel ranks somewhere on this scale. Again, note how it bunches up. We have a pencil test from Disney, all the way up to Fantasia, the greatest animation perhaps ever made. Experience can never be underestimated. If you don't have experience, you're not going to know how to properly approach a journalist in the right way. And you may have all the best intentions, but if you don't know how to do it properly, you're actually going to hurt yourself and your client more than if you have the experience and do it directly. Your press release ranges from a steaming pile of shit to Shakespeare. Notice the 10 does not reach Shakespeare. No press release is Shakespeare. But since I'm in Iceland, let's forget Shakespeare. Let's just use a saga. Either way, your press release is probably going to fall more towards that side of the spectrum than that one. What makes for a good press release? Avoidance of hype is the first thing. Communicating reality is what a press release is supposed to do. It doesn't mean that you can't put a slight spin on it, or even a fairly major spin on it. But the minute that you go into hyperbole and exaggeration, or the dreaded opening of a press release saying a leading blah, most journalists will rightfully tune out. And for me, the greatest gift I have ever received in my career is when a journalist who is very, very busy takes my press release and looks at it and says, you know what, I could actually just put this up. because there's no hype. It's a communication of facts. And sometimes a journalist can actually take my press release and put it up directly, not because they're rushed, but because it's written well enough that they don't have to change it. And if you've done that, you've done your job well. Your helpfulness to a journalist as a PR professional ranges from a brick wall to throwing them a lifeline. The best thing that I ever did early in my career was, and this is still true today, most journalists hate PR people. Let's be abundantly clear about that, and with good reason. We tend to be unhelpful, uncommunicative, and stonewalling, meaning that if a journalist wants to talk to the CEO, they always have to go through someone like me first. And our job is to basically prevent that. The first thing that I did as an assistant account executive was to say, I will not only not get in your way, I will help you to get the interview. And suddenly I went from being a roadblock to a lifesaver. And that's when my reputation started to spread, because I was genuinely trying to be helpful. At one point early in my career, there was a journalist at the Wall Street Journal who I dearly wanted to pitch a story to, but it wasn't ready at that point. So the first thing that I did was to reach out to him by email and say, hi, my name's Jonathan Hirshon, you don't know me, but what I'd like to do is I'm not pitching you, but if you ever need to try to reach an executive in the tech industry or you need a source, regardless of whether I work with them or not, call me and I will help you to find them. And that journalist took me up on it, and I got them an interview with Andy Grove at Intel, who they'd been trying for 6 months to get. That journalist was Walt Mossberg, who's now retired, sadly. But for 25 years, Walt and I had a remarkable relationship because I helped him. And the more that you help a journalist, the better it's going to be. The minute that you look at a journalist as a resource or an outlet or a means to an end, forgive the crudity, you're fucked. You are fucked. The reason is that journalists are not resources. They are not anything but people who have a day job just like you do, and if you can facilitate helping them, they will help you. Simple as that. How you perceive your messaging. You spent months working on this. It's lyrical. It's wonderful. It's angelic. You know that this pitch is spot on perfect. It cannot be denied. It is truly an Ave Maria of PR. And we've all had moments where we realize this. You've worked on it with your CEO for months, and there it is. It's perfect. And now it's time to pitch the journalist. True story. Don't buy your own hype. Please, for God's sake, don't buy it. The journalist may have an interest in your story. They are not by any means bound to cover it. If you assume that, you are again fucked. So what are the most basic equations of PR? It's very simple. It's backgrounder, FAQ, images and logos, a press deck. A common mistake that a lot of new PR people make is they send a PowerPoint to a journalist, which is wrong for a whole host of reasons, not the least of which is if you have a special font, it won't translate in PowerPoint because they won't have it. They're also huge files, 20 megabytes plus. Always send a PDF because it's small and easy to forward. Know what beat a reporter covers. How many people here know what a beat is? Some. A beat is basically the area that they cover. My friend covers several different things at TechCrunch, and if you know that and you pitch him with that, you have a decent chance of him listening. If you come and start talking about quantum supercomputing, he may find it interesting, but it's not something that he writes about typically, so it's not going to get covered. And again, avoid hyperbole, exaggeration, and buzzwords. So listen to the lyrics on this. I know you've all heard this song, but listen to the lyrics for a minute. Human behavior. That is the essence of what public relations is about. It is, to a degree, communicating about things that change behavior. So people can get excited or disgusted depending on what you're trying to accomplish. Human behavior is not quantifiable. I'm always amused and semi-horrified when a client or a potential client says, how do we justify PR? What's our ROI? And the truth is, it's difficult to measure. If you want quantifiable ROI, by all means, do advertising. Advertising is a message you control 100%. Influencing behavior is an inexact science at best. And there are 7 virtues that I think are inherent to the art of PR. Context, honesty, intelligence, wisdom, discretion, persistence, and most importantly, relationships. If you don't have relationships, this will not go very far at all. So now I'm going to give you an example of 3 different pitches for the same company. The first one is basically what I consider to be a fairly newsworthy one. We're a new company just out of stealth, factual. We help prioritize what's important using AI. Okay, so you've said in one sentence what it is. Our founders have several exits with the same investors. That means that they've done this before, they're good at it, and their previous investors like them so much, they're staying with them. That is potentially a newsworthy story. On the Fence, we're a new company just out of stealth. Again, same opening. We bring intelligent alerts to all devices. Factual, but not particularly exciting. We're seed funded from people you know. Again, factual, but not really exciting. So a reporter's probably going to be, maybe, maybe not, depending on their mood. Buzz Off. We're a new company just out of stealth. We do alerts for mobile, and we've got seed funding. Sadly, that is 90% of all PR and technology, and it is the wrong approach. And hopefully you see the differences and the nuances in doing this. Do not exaggerate, do not bullshit, do not lie. If there is one slide that I want you to walk away and remember, this is it.
What's going on? We have a right to know the truth.
All right, I'm going to level with you all. Most important thing now is that you remain calm. There's no reason to panic. Now, it is true that one of the crew members is ill. Slightly ill. But the other 2 pilots are just fine. They're at the controls flying the plane, free to pursue a life of religious fulfillment.
For those of you who are in politics, if you've ever heard a political spokesperson, perfect example of that right there. The wisdom to have clarity in your messaging is essential. In the crypto world, in the semiconductor world, we have tons of buzzwords, and we use them assuming that everybody knows what they mean. The problem that a lot of us face in tech is that we're great with an echo chamber. One of the previous speakers mentioned, we surround ourselves with people of like mind, and social media helps to enforce that. The problem is, you may know what that acronym means, but the journalist may not.
The Tenka Ichibudokai is finally complete.
What the f are you talking about? Was that even English?
Persistence is admirable, but know when to call it quits. You are allowed to contact a journalist once and once only to follow up to see if they have any interest. They are busy people. It is possible they missed your email. You give them 48 to 72 hours, and then you can politely ask. And if you still don't get a response, you give up. It's done. Do not pursue them. Do not push them. It's over.
We thank thee, Lord, that in thy mercy... Come on, then. What? Have at you! You are indeed brave tonight, but the fight is mine. Oh, had enough, eh? Look, you stupid bastard, you've got no arms left. Yes, I have. Look! It's just a flesh wound.
You get the point. What journalists really want to do to PR noobs who don't know what they're doing and who waste their time. So we have the Shaolin monk. Brilliant. Enthusiastic, flexible, strong, knows what he's doing. This is the PR person who is ready to pitch their story. They prepare themselves, take a nice, relaxing glass of wine, they get ready to send their email. And then the journalist comes out. He says, hi, how's it going? Here you go. Okay, let me first establish my dominance. Now, I'm going to take a look at your messaging, and okay, I've looked at it. Here's what I think of it. And what do you do as the PR person? You have to smile and take it. Yeah, let me look at that one more time. Yeah, one more time, just for good measure. And I know John has wanted to do that, if not to me, then to many people, many, many times over the years. So allow you to live vicariously through this. This is how journalists usually see an off-topic pitch.
If you do not agree to my commands, then I shall... Jesus Christ!
What is the most powerful word in any language? Anyone? Heard it. Most liberating power is no. The best thing that you can ever learn in this business is to say the word no. If you're in PR, you will report to a CEO or some VP level person. They are going to tell you at some point in your career, probably often, we want a story in the Wall Street Journal or the New York Times, or choose your favorite medium. The truth is, you know that story is not worthy. It just isn't. If you say yes, I'll try, you're going to fail. And your boss is going to be pissed at you. And even worse, you are going to have wasted a journalist's time with a pitch that you know isn't going to work. This business is about relationships. If I piss off a journalist once, I may have one extra time to make amends. Typically, you don't. So if you say no at the beginning, this is not a story worthy of the Journal, your CEO will first be pissed, and then I give them a typical example. If you're going into a court of law, and your attorney says, when you're up on the stand, you're going to say X, Y, Z, what are you going to do? You're going to fucking say X, Y, Z. You're not going to say anything that your attorney says is not a good idea unless you're my unfortunate president, in which case you'll do it regularly. But in PR, there is no difference. I am a counselor who is paid pretty well for my services. And if my client doesn't listen to me, they are going to regret it. So there is no difference between an attorney in a court of law and the court of public opinion. The only difference is my court's much bigger and no walls. The PR art gallery. So what I'm going to give you now are examples of how PR typically falls, the categories into which it can fall. The first is a still life. Still life is characteristic of PR that presents something that's factual, but devoid of positioning, perspective, or any semblance of real activity. Most journalists, unfortunately, they're not interested in that. It's characteristic of most corporate and Fortune 500 PR. Examples, we have a 0.1 update on our release, we have a major new hire, we have a new customer. It's factual, but it's not particularly exciting. So why do they do it? Why do they do it? The answer is simple. You have to look beyond the obvious. There's a regulation in the United States for public companies called Sarbanes-Oxley that basically says if you're a public company, you have to disseminate information of value or interest to your stockholders. And since most people don't know what's of interest, that means that if you do a press release, it's designed to satisfy Sarbanes-Oxley. So it may not even be designed for a journalist at all. There are many times that I have told a client, if you want to do a press release on, let's say you've hired a new VP, it's interesting, it's factual, it's important to the company, but it doesn't mean a journalist wants to cover it, unless that person is a rock star, in which case it's different. But what you can do with that press release is you can put it up onto your website, and then people who are looking at it and say, oh, I know X, used to work at Google, great guy, okay, now I feel better about this company as a startup because they've hired someone who's really good, whoever that is. So the first thing you have to remember is you can do a press release, but forget the word press. It's a misnomer. It's actually something that can dissuade you. It's a factual announcement. If that's the case, don't even bother sending it to the press. It's not going to get covered. But put it up on your website by all means. Put it up on Medium. Talk about it. But don't trouble a journalist about it. Doesn't mean it's not an important release. It's important to you, not necessarily to other people. Classical PR. What makes good PR? The example, the launch of the original Macintosh, and with credit to Eve. You did a fantastic job. There were no flaws in that announcement. When you launched, couldn't have changed anything. That's rare for me to say that. Impressionism, taking a subject, company, technology, and infusing it with an emotional viewpoint or a feature set or a message. Example, Google's Don't Be Evil campaign. If any of you have seen the Apple earbuds commercials where they basically show people dancing and listening to music. No mention of the word earbuds, it's just something where it's an emotional response. And there are a lot of messages that can resonate with that appropriately. the abstract, the sadly overused technique of smoke and mirrors, slick presentations of vaporware products. Veteran journalists will know immediately if it's bullshit. We call it slideware in Silicon Valley. And typically, most mobile apps fall into that category. We have a great idea. We don't have a working product yet, but here's how we're going to try to raise money on it. That's slideware. The surreal. The sadly common technique of claiming your product will change the world as we know it is revolutionary, and the always popular "we'll figure out a business model later" are great examples of the surreal PR. You had damn well better be able to pick back up those claims or share what you're smoking with the journalist, hope they take a big puff, and they agree with you. Examples of that, who here knows about Segway? Okay, so Segway, when it first came out, Time magazine did a cover story on the Segway saying that everybody was going to have one, we'd no longer walk anywhere. The US border wall, I'm not even going to touch that one, but you have the idea. Animation, a momentum release, an announcement that shows that you're advancing up the hockey stick. You have lots of new customers, major new funding. You've cracked the top 50 or 100 on the App Store. That is self-evident. Pop art, explosive news. You're acquiring a company or being acquired. Examples, Decode Genetics and Bokun, here, perfect examples of that. Make sure the news is really as big as you think it is, and you brief both vertical trades and the appropriate news outlets. Yelling doesn't change it!
This is a top to what we use on stage, but it's very, very special because if you can see, the numbers all go to 11. Look, right across the board. 11, 11,
and most of
11,
the amps go up to 10.
Exactly.
Does that mean it's louder? Is it any louder?
Well, it's one louder, isn't it? It's not 10. You see, most blokes are going to be playing at 10. You're on 10 here, all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. You're on 10 on your guitar. Where can you go from there? Where?
I don't know.
Nowhere, exactly. What we do is if we need that extra push over the cliff, you know what we do?
Put it up to 11.
11, exactly. One louder.
Why don't you just make 10 louder and make 10 be the top number and make that a little louder?
This is the classic PR response.
These go to 11.
There we go. Digital PR, pretty self-obvious in this case, it's social media. There are examples where it can be done really well and really poorly, mostly poorly. In the US 2 years ago, the New York Police Department was undergoing a crisis in PR. Everybody thought they sucked. So they came up with something, the hashtag MyNYPD, for something that's good about the New York Police Department. You can imagine, it totally backfired. Everyone was showing pictures of police brutality, memes, everything. And of course, the orange one. Bad PR. Some people say there's no such thing as bad PR. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. There's tons of bad PR. And it will follow you when online campaigns go wrong.
It's the legendary Black Beast of... Oh! That's it, that's it! Run away, run away!
Guerrilla PR. Don't need to explain this to you, you understand it. One of the great examples of guerrilla PR was the Felix Baumgartner base jump. How many people know about that? So if you're not familiar with it, this guy, Felix Baumgartner, went way up into outer space at the very edge of the atmosphere and jumped all the way to the bottom. 30, how many? I think it was 80,000 feet, something really huge. Now, as it happened, Red Bull sponsored that. And he made it, he landed flawlessly, it was all good. Red Bull had a huge uptick in branding because of that. But the question I have for you is this: what if he'd splatted? Truthfully, what if something terrible happened and he died in the jump? Red Bull would have been tarnished and you would have lost a good man on top of it, which is the much more important thing. But these kinds of things can backfire. ATHF Bomb Scare, that's Aqua Teen Hunger Force, which is a old cartoon show that used to run on Cartoon Network. And when the show first came out, they decided that they wanted to do a guerrilla marketing campaign where, it involved like these, remember Space Invaders where they had the guys who went like this? Well, they decided to cover Boston with glowing buttons of something going like this. And guess what? Everybody thought they were bombs. And Cartoon Network had to pay the city of Boston $40 million for the cost of the police to both calm everybody down and remove the damn buttons. The blue period, crisis communications. Again, for those of you who know Theranos, that's a perfect example of where things can go terribly wrong. Bloodletting, that's a bad pun, it's a blood testing company. My Appelzina Troll is another good example of that. I'm not going to talk about Varjo. That's a Finnish company that I did some really good work for. I'm actually going to talk about an Icelandic company, two of them. One is Oz Interactive, Skuli's original company. I had the privilege of working with Skuli back in the late 90s when Oz first was really coming out with their 3D technology. And when you've got a founder as visionary and as passionate as him, you can do amazing things with that. It helped that Oz had tremendously advanced technology for its time. But if it hadn't been for Skuli and his team, it wouldn't have made any difference. And as a result of the PR, they basically were able to go from here to the next level, which was great. There's another company that I'm advising here in Reykjavik called Flagildi, the Silent Flyer, which is an inventor over at the University of Reykjavik, created a drone that looks and flies like a bird. So it actually, there are no rotors, it flaps. And the idea behind it is that you can use it in battlefield surveillance, saving lives, things of that nature. And they're in the process of trying to fundraise. So one of the things that I did for them as part of my advisory role was to contact Business Insider Nordic and basically convince them that this was a story worth covering, which they did. This was about a week ago. Since then, there have been a host of people who've contacted them, including people like Andy Rubin, who is the, if you don't know him, he's the inventor of Android. Palmer Luckey, who started Oculus. There have been a number of people who have contacted them interested in investing, which is great. And I think they even had a story in the local paper here quite recently as well. I didn't do that. And this is a good example of how what I call vectoring. You can get one story in a major publication, just one. And if the story is well written and communicates a really good idea, other companies or other publications will pick it up, just like the Reykjavik newspaper did. I didn't have anything to do with that. It vectored over to them. And if you do your jobs right, it's not about blanket coverage. It's not about a shotgun approach. It's a scalpel. PR is a scalpel. And if you find the right thing and you cut in the right thing, you'll heal a patient, you'll save a life. That's how you should be looking at PR. It is not a shotgun or vomiting out ideas. It is a scalpel with precision. So we'll just go through this quickly. You can see some of the publications that we got. We got them more than 400 stories. They originally thought they were going to get 8. And we did pretty well with that. So let's just summarize. These are the rules to live by. I would love to tell you that I am a genius and this is all coming from years and years and years of experience. I am not, none of that is true. What is PR is a simple discipline. Really, it's very simple. Use common sense, have a story worth writing up, don't be obnoxious, and bad PR counsel is worse than none. If you follow those simple 4 rules, you're going to do just fine. So with that, thank you very much.
All right, super. We have one more little thing to do before lunch. I get 1,000 emails a day, not even 300 as a journalist, so that's just something to think about. We have the second finalists of Stukbluren competition. Alf, is that how you say it? Whatever. Alvacan and Locatify. Where are they? There they are. All right, great.
Hello, I'm Leifur, the co-founder of Locatify. My mother is a storyteller, and when we travel, she tells me stories about the places. And those stories give those places a meaning to me. A hill is just a hill until you know the story about what happened on that hill. But those stories are hard to come by. So we started Locatify to make it easy for anyone to publish stories, tours, and scavenger hunt, geolocation-based content to games or to apps. We have a freemium model. And people convert using our paywall to a B2B white label apps. And but we've seen a great interest to publish stories for free. And we know there is the audience to enjoy them. 98% of our users are using the free version only. So that's an opportunity. With over 6,000 publishers using the free version, 150,000 downloads this year, we see the opportunity to remove the upfront cost of publishing and make a free B2C app for storytelling with millions of quality stories, crowdsourced content, and the key is to build a community to curate the content. For example, like what Quora does by uploading and downloading questions and answers. So who benefits from this? Storytellers, they gain recognitions, and the tourists, they gain access to free local stories and advice of quality. So why Locatify? Why now? We know the customers in Iceland and Scandinavia. We have built the platform to make this possible, and the timing is right. Podcasts have become a commonplace, and participation in communities and crowdsourced content has become the norm. So how are we going to do it? We are going to contribute hundreds of stories we already have here in Iceland and build a community, focus here, and prove the product's market fit here in Iceland and show the traction before we scale it into other markets. The revenue, the product is free, but with traction, we will sell affiliated tourism services and sponsored content. We have a team of 5 people, 3 developers and 2 sales and marketing personnel. And that planet, the planet is full of stories, and we do want to share them with everyone. Thank you.
I worry tremendously about my dad's safety when he's home alone. He is unsteady on his feet and he has in fact fallen a few times, but his mind is much too sharp for him to go to a retirement home. And this really puts me in a terrible position because I know my dad is unsafe in his own home. Please raise your hands here if you have a loved one that is elderly, that lives by themselves, that you think can use more security. Yeah. Well, we at Alvikan are working towards a solution. My name is Þorkell, I am the CEO of Alvikan, and let me tell you about Home Heartbeat. Home Heartbeat is an unobtrusive home monitoring system that monitors the home without using any video or audio monitoring. We use encrypted wireless sensors to monitor power, water, and the presence of the user in the home. Using this data, our gateway collects this and uses artificial intelligence to establish what is a regular behavior pattern for the home, monitoring the home instead of the individual. We call this pattern the home heartbeat. If we detect an irregular heartbeat, the system contacts respondents. Respondents could be anything from healthcare professionals to relatives like myself. Additionally, we have what we call a care button, a simple button like this that the user can press if he requires assistance. Now, with a single press, it starts calling respondents one after another until somebody picks up. Additionally, when you press the button, it sends out the GPS coordinates with a link to Google Maps with a text message, so in case the user is lost or unable to speak, we can still locate them. We at Alvikan want safer, independent living for the elderly. If you do as well, please clap your hands. Thank you.
So people are starting to clear out, but these next folks that are coming up are going to be pretty cool, so they're missing out in a very real way. Julian Ranger, he's the chairman and founder of DigiMe. He's been doing this for a couple years now, and every year it gets a little bit more interesting. This guy put satellites into space back when it was really, really hard to do that, and now he's doing DigiMe, which is even harder. So, come on up.
Thank you, John.
I'm in my lovely shirt because I thought I'd outdo John this year, but I failed miserably. So I've come second already, which is a shame. So I'm here today to talk about the back to basics. So my journey as an entrepreneur and where it led me. And you'll see that I'm going to relate that to a wonderful cartoon from my childhood, Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. So I will get there, but of course I need to be able to go from here. So I've been lucky enough to be an entrepreneur almost since the time I actually left home at 16. So when I was a young lad, however, I had dreams. And I think I'm going to say to you that the most important thing is to have your dreams and to know what they are so that you've got something to reach forward to. Now, I was extremely lucky that I had 3 dreams when I was 6, which is rather early, I'll admit. But I read a thing called Biggles, and if you don't know what that is, look it up. I have one of the world's largest collection of Biggles books. But my 3 dreams when I was 6 was to work in aviation. I really love flying. Anything to do with aviation is me, just love it. And as a consequence, also space. I wanted to go around the world. I was reading these books about adventures happening all around the world, and it just seemed to me so imaginative and mind-blowing that I want to see everything there is possible to see. And I want to go to space. A lot of science fiction, Asimov and others. And I absolutely believe, along with lots of other people who might be in the very sensible or nutters camp, depending on what you think, that the humans race's future is in space. So those are my dreams. And they have anchored me. They have allowed me to know what I'm trying to do and why I'm trying to do it. Now, I'm not saying dreams have to be fixed at the age of 6, and you can change your dreams, and dreams can change regularly, but you should have something upon which is your long-term future vision that you can come to. So what did I actually do? Well, I left home at 16. I was asked politely by my parents to leave. It's time to go. I wasn't a bad child, by the way. I was quite academic or whatever else, but it was the 70s. And they said it would be good for you to go and work. So we didn't have sheep like you have here, but we have lots of turkeys around where I am. So I went to work as a farm labourer on a turkey farm. And believe you me, turkeys are a lot dumber than sheep. We also had arable and stuff like that. So I spent 2 years as a farm labourer, and I studied in my spare time for what's called A-levels, which did allow me to go to university in 1981. To study, of course, aeronautical engineering. That's what I wanted to do. I had quite a good time. I'm not sure I actually put that much work in. I think when I did my finals, I worked out I had 60% photocopied notes. I passed. But I had to actually, I didn't have any money, didn't have a grant system in those days of any note. So I had to be a cleaner in my first year, did all sorts of cleaning jobs and bar jobs. I graduated to being head barman of a London nightclub whilst I was in university. And in fact, in my final year at university, I managed a 110-bed hotel in Earls Court, London, while studying, which was quite fun. So go from there. But I got my aeronautical engineering degree. Don't ask how, I'm not sure myself, really, but that's one of life's mysteries. And I actually got to work on the Tornado F3 fighter aircraft. Well, that was a dream come true, because if you looked in my bedroom in the mid-70s, there was a poster of the MRCA, Multi-Role Combat Aircraft, which was, in fact, the Tornado. So I get to work on that aircraft, and I get to do a job which just right time, right place. I always talk about the luck bus. Luck happens to you all the time. It's going past you all the time. But if your head's down here, you don't see it. But if your head's up here, you see it and you can climb on board. And I was given this job to model the whole of the weapon system for flight trials. And it was just within what I could do. I loved it. And it put me there in end of 1984 when the government decided to do what was the very beginnings of the military internet. And I did the first ever integration at the tender age of just moving over to 22 of the military internet, as we would now call it. We didn't call it that then. Into the Tornado F3 fighter aircraft. So after a year, I was a world expert at the age of 22, coming on to 23. There was only about 5 world experts, so it's pretty cool. Didn't have to be brilliant, you just had to be one of 5. So I took the rather intriguing decision in 1986 to form my own military systems consultancy at 23 and tell the world how to do this job that I had just been doing for 18 months or so. Might be a bit like blockchain, I don't know. There's certain similarities, isn't there, really? Well, who's an expert? Somebody who's been working on it a bit longer. Anyway, it worked, funnily enough. Again, I was lucky. I was in a job that actually something that clicked in me. I could work it. I had the vision for where it was going, and I could see that we were going to fail terribly. We were trying to fit communication systems to multi-billion-dollar platforms that are complex in themselves. We had lots of them. We had them in the UK, the Royal Air Force, the Royal Navy. We had them throughout Europe. We had them in the US Air Force, Navy, Marines, Army. And we were going to bring them all together and they were going to work seamlessly. And no one had ever done that before. Well, it wasn't going to work. And so I started working on processes, procedures, software to try and make it work, looking at the problem differently than we'd done before, looking at how we could manage imperfection rather than perfection. Now, it would be a whole nother talk if I was to explain what iSmart, the process I came up with, was all about. But by the early 90s, iSmart was a proven methodology for making this work. And in fact, the UK was the most interoperable nation of the world. We could work with the US Air Force and the US Navy, and they couldn't work together, right? So that then was the spur for my business, Stasis, as it was. And iSmart became an international standard. It's still a US Defense Department standard, a NATO standard, and it's used throughout the world. So iSmart and Stasis, we had offices in the UK, Germany, Malaysia, Australia, 2 in the US. And you see here a US Air Force slide. It was a foundation of what they were doing. So that then put me in a good position that in 2005, I sold my business to Lockheed Martin and got a fair amount of money, which was quite nice. And I have to thank Iceland, which is a really spooky coincidence, because it was an Icelandic company that came and offered to buy my company in 2013, because they were going to do some stuff around it. Unfortunately, the offer wasn't enough at the time. That actually got me thinking about selling my company, because I hadn't thought about it before then. So without an Icelandic company giving me that spur, the rest of the story wouldn't be there. And then, having sold my business, I worked for Lockheed for 2.5 years as their VP of International Strategy, and then I had to take them to the High Court in London, which is an interesting thing. Always be ethical. You were told in the PR thing, tell the truth. I always say to people, you have to be ethical in your business and tell the truth at all times, because if you're going to sell your business, you're going to have warranties and guarantees, and if you sell to a big company, they're going to ask for some money back. They just generally do, right? It's the way it works. And I decided to fight them because it wasn't true. I took them to the High Court in London, so one man with my business partner, and we took on the world's largest defense company, and we won. We won 10.5 out of 11 points. I think the other half was just so they didn't lose them all. So that's a really good lesson. If you're going to do business, be ethical at all times. So I leave. I'm flush with cash. The world's my oyster. I can't do anything wrong. You get slightly big-headed, I suppose. I didn't think I was. But so I came across this opportunity to merge 2 water companies. It was a no-brainer, a worldwide water company and a UK specialist. Bring the 2 teams together, my funding, bit of knowledge. Yes, should be good. Complete failure. Lost quite a bit of money. Bringing 2 teams together, didn't know how to do it properly. A quick lesson that I knew some things, but I didn't know everything. But I did do some successes. The earliest investor in Astrobotic, which if you look them up, is still going. I invested back in 2007, putting rovers on the moon. I've got a history in space because iSmart was used for space stuff as well as air traffic management. DataSift, which is now sold, and Halo, which was an early competitor to Uber in the black cab market and has merged with one of the German car firms and is still going on. And of course, I wanted to go around the world, so I did go around the world. I spent 18 months going around the world. This is a lovely picture of me with penguins and the like. And I bought my ticket on Virgin Galactic. So I'm going to space hopefully next year. All right, so you can get your dreams, mission accomplished. So what did I learn, which is what you're really here? That's what I learned. Lots of words. And again, I could spend the next 10 minutes taking you through those words. But the most important thing is the learning mindset. I knew nothing about business when I started, but I was prepared to learn, and I'm still prepared to learn. It's why things like today are so valuable. And by learning, you're prepared to accept the fact that you might make mistakes, right? And therefore, you don't know the right answer, and some of your team can give you an answer, or an advisor can give you the answer. That there are new things that you know that can make your product or your service better. So I'm absolutely certain that's true. But all these words apply to any business. And it's not really an entrepreneur, because an entrepreneur is not probably quite so studied often. We live in a different world. We live in a cartoon world, really, where things happen and you go, really? So that's why I liken it to Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner. So for those of you who don't know, it's a 70s cartoon, probably even 60s, I imagine. I just remember the 70s. Roadrunner, who's the really tasty bird, a bit like an ostrich if you've ever had one, tastes beautiful. Wile E. Coyote that always wants to eat him, right, and chase. Now, I was told yesterday that actually coyotes are faster than roadrunners, so the whole premise of the cartoon is rubbish. Who knew? Thank you for that one. But anyway, I believe that they're not. And of course, Wile E. Coyote comes up with innumerable strategies, a bit like Tom and Jerry, to catch Jerry, and they all fail, of course. He either gets hit by his own devices, gets blown up, or most often you see him falling in a canyon and going splat. And that's really what I think of entrepreneurship. We live on the edge of cliffs, a moment away from danger. And unless you as an entrepreneur are happy to live in that environment, are happy with a large amount of uncertainty, climbing over obstacles, you won't be successful. You have to have that perseverance to deal with whatever may come up. And in fact, you have to like it, because if you don't like it, I'm sure the stress would get too much. And you see, I've spent my whole life on or near the edge. And in fact, I know I'm an entrepreneur because every time the company started getting really profitable, the money's safely in the bank, the green pastures, I'm way away from the edge, I'd have a crazy idea to bring us straight back to the edge again and do something new and more exciting. Let's go to space. We've conquered the military. Let's do the space stuff or whatever else it may be. Which is why, by the way, I'm an exec chairman and I've got a very good management team led by a CEO for DigiMe, because they keep us doing the right things while I can stay the visionary. The cliff analogy works as well because you're walking along and you will come to a crevice. You will come to a point where you can't go round it, you can't jump it, there is no bridge. You have to deal with the unexpected as an entrepreneur, and you have to find a way. You can't just say, oops, I'll give up, right? You have to find a way across. And all entrepreneurs that are successful will have faced many gullies, ravines, scree slopes, whatever else it may be in doing it. So this landscape is what I have learned more than anything else. And if you're comfortable with that landscape, then you'll be comfortable being an entrepreneur. But think of the edge as when you run out of money or run out of resources to carry on. That happens. So are you going to be Roadrunner? What does Roadrunner do when he goes over the edge? Just in a very few cartoons, you'll see Roadrunner screech over the edge. He looks down, thinks about falling, and scrambles back. He never falls. He's brilliant. So, of course, we all want to be Roadrunner when that happens, because you will go over the edge. Either you'll run out of money, somebody won't pay you, the technology that you're using isn't quite right. Whatever it may be, there will be times when you run over the edge. Not just an obstacle, a ravine, but actually physically over the edge. You have to try and be Roadrunner. Poor old Wile E. Coyote, no, smack, fails every time. So, of course, we want to be Roadrunner. But actually, we also want to be Wile E. Coyote, because what does he do? He falls off the edge, he goes smack, but he just dusts himself down, gets back up, and tries to catch Roadrunner again. And if you don't have that as well, you won't be a successful entrepreneur. So I believe we have to be both. We have to like living on the edge. We obviously want to move inland. Sometimes we'll want to come back out again. We cope with the unexpected. We have to be able to be over the edge and find a way back quickly. But if we fall, we have to be able to dust ourselves off, persevere, and get on. And that's the main lesson. But be careful what you wish for. I got my dreams. There is actually a lovely video that somebody's made on YouTube. You can go and have a look at it, but parental advisory, there's some swearing and stuff. he actually kills Roadrunner by accident. The rope frays, so it drops on Roadrunner just before he would have pulled the lever and missed Roadrunner. So he gets to eat Roadrunner. Wonderful. He's got his dreams. But what does he do then? Right? It's a bit too much, right? I think he's going to throw himself at the cliff. Now, I thought maybe I was the only one who did it, but actually you heard from Wow this morning. It happens, right? Thank God he got a good idea. Whew. Right? So a new idea. And that's what I ended up doing. I was 44, bored, retired. So I set up iBundle, which was an innovation hub. This was in 2009. There weren't that many around in the UK. Had a good idea, far too early, lost some money again, right? But from there came DigiMe. Now, DigiMe is my chance, if you like, to understand my past history and try and do it right, which is why I have such a great team around. DigiMe is the company that you heard Angel Hack earlier on this week. Teams were building on our platform. So what do? Just briefly, because I talked about it last year, we enable individuals to own all of their personal data in their own library, which is 100% theirs. DigiMe, the company, doesn't see, touch, or hold it. So that means all their health data, their finance, their social data, wearables, etc., etc. They can then use our app to see, search, and get insights from it. And then, and here's the beautiful piece, they can share it with anybody with consent. So any company, any one of your entrepreneurs, any one of the big companies can now go to an individual and ask for rich data which you'd never had before, wider across all data categories, deeper in time, 100% accurate, fully normalized, single source, and fully consented. So actually, by making the world a safer place, more private, more secure, we're actually going to do more with personal data, not less. And that's the interesting thing about GDPR, which has just come in. You can think of it as the equivalent of safety belts and cars. When we discovered that cars were going faster, we didn't say, and there were accidents, people dying and injuries, we didn't say, go back slower, reduce your speed to 40. We said, fit seat belts, crumple zones, and sidebars. So you can do more, you can go faster, you can go wider, different uses. So if you'd like to think of it in that way, DigiMe is the safety belt that allows us to do more with personal data going forwards. But enough of that. The summary then is being an entrepreneur, all of you here who are going to be entrepreneurs, it's the best job in the world. I've done it literally since 79, but in earnest with my company since 86, and I've loved every minute of it. A learning mindset is key, but if you're here, you have a learning mindset, or else you wouldn't be here. So you're almost guaranteed success if you've got a learning mindset. But you need perseverance to go with that. I absolutely believe that you need to know your dreams and reach for them. You may not get there, but you must know them and reach for them and be free to change them as your life circumstances change, family, kids, whatever it may be. But if you've got something that drives you forward in the darker times, maybe when you've been wily coyote and you're smacked on the floor. But then be prepared to do it all again, because you can't give up, all right? And if you think you're going to give up when you've sold your business, you're wrong. Now, there's one extra lesson, and the final lesson for me is someone, when I was much younger, said to me, Julian, just remember, you're always marketing, and that's your best lesson. You're always marketing your business, whether it's the way you talk, the attitudes that you behave. We've had several discussions earlier on today which talk about that, culture, etc. So you're always marketing and selling your business. So on that basis, I'm marketing and selling my business. Go to digime/video at some point today. Have a look at what we do, because I'm sure it will be relevant to you somewhere. So thank you very much indeed.
All right, these next two guys, thank you, Julian. Next two guys are Silicon Valley royalty. Alm I actually worked for approximately 15 minutes before Michael Arrington hired me to run CrunchGear. And I've cursed Matt's name multiple times when our WordPress installation would fail. So they're near and dear to my heart. Let's have these guys up here to talk. You guys ready? Come on.
I had to get some more of this bone broth. It's really good. complete my hipsterness. Hello, everybody.
You're not really a hipster here. Everybody has a beard.
It's
and
for
longer
warmth.
beards than you. Anyway, I'm Om. This is Matt, and we're gonna do the Om and Matt show, where I get to ask him all the tough questions, and he needs to answer them. But before we start that, thank you for having us, and this is just an amazing event. Bala and his team have done a great job year after year, bringing together entrepreneurs and like-minded people in Iceland. So give yourself a round of applause, and also Bala. And more importantly, thank you for actually having an event where there are more equal ratio of women in the audience than in the United States. So another big up for you guys. And I've watched all the conversations today, and everything has been top-notch, and what a learning morning. So in that vein, we need to ask you some questions so that we can learn a lot from you. I know for a fact this is the 15th year of WordPress, and as the co-founder of WordPress movement, what have you learned about software and open source and the internet over the last 15 years?
Yeah, WordPress just turned 15 on Sunday, actually, the 27th. So this is very glad to be able to celebrate back here in Iceland. This is my third or fourth time here. You know, the previous presentation actually did have a lot of points that I thought were excellent, including perseverance. I would say when WordPress started, if you kind of rewind, does anyone use WordPress in the early days? Or how about now? All right, cool. That's a pretty good, must be a smart crowd here. When WordPress started, it was said that the blogging market was already saturated and there was no room for another tool. People said that the name WordPress sounded derivative of other things like Typepad, and just that there were already dozens of things out there, so there's no room for any more. Much like Google was, I think, the 36th search engine in the world. You know, sometimes when it feels like a market is already saturated, already full, there's actually still a lot of room for something new. You don't know about many of those others that were around at the time because we out-survived them. So sometimes survival is the best competitive strategy. If you can outlast all your competitors, there'll be no one left. And then I feel like that's kind of an Icelandic thing as well. Like it feels like kind of in the DNA, like just out-survive everyone. And the final thing is, well, just that progress doesn't always happen in a straight line. Maybe that's Wiley falling off the cliff, but there's been points. I mean, in WordPress's history so far, I feel like blogging has died at least 6 times. Right, it's always dead. Open source went from almost like an anathema, where it was very, very difficult to say you're open source, to being like what everyone defaulted to now all of a sudden there's a little bit of like a reversion to centralized networks. So all of these kind of things that WordPress is a part of, open source, personal publishing, ownership of data, have had now over the 15 years a number of cycles. And at any point in that cycle, maybe at the top of it, I thought I was very smart, and at the bottom, I thought I was totally on the wrong path in life. But by sticking through it, have ended up to where we are today, which is a place where I'm so proud and excited to be part of the WordPress community that, you know, this is my life's work. I hope to work on it the rest of my life. And so reaching 15 is really just a place to think about, well, what about the next 15 versus any kind of celebration even.
It's funny because if you think about it, you're just a little bit older than Facebook, which is the other, you know, dominant internet platform. And you guys could not be the more polar opposites of each other. They stand for what in many ways become the worst of the internet, closed. They are a taker in Adam Smith's, you know, ideology of, they are the takers, whereas WordPress and open source are a giver kind of a software. Like, how do you see that? Do you see the conflict between those two forces running on the internet, or is it me being a former reporter who always sees the dark and the dark nights and the villains?
I think that what you have, there is certainly a media narrative, but you have the difference between a centralized and decentralized system. So in Facebook I would not call platform. And this isn't a derogatory thing, it's just that of the money made on Facebook, most of it is made by Facebook. Versus like traditionally a platform, even if you looked at, say, Windows in the 90s, they talked about how for every dollar made from Windows, there were $20 made in the ecosystem. So that I would call a platform. WordPress and Automatic, which is my company, have a similar dynamic where Automatic only makes somewhere between 2 and 3% of the revenue in the WordPress ecosystem. But the entire ecosystem would be, if you add it all up, employs probably over 100,000 people at this point, full-time. It's many, many billions of dollars in revenue. I guess maybe a more modern analogy, since we mentioned blockchain, is like any individual holder or a Bitcoin-based company is only so large. But you add up all the Bitcoins, and it's hundreds of billions of dollars at this point. That's typically how the difference between centralized and decentralized system. And of course, the centralized system is easy to look at because there's a stock ticker. There's one website where all the traffic goes to. There's one set of cookies, and they own all your data. So that centralization makes it easy for us to understand and grok and target and argue about. I personally have found a lot of utility from Facebook over the years, even though I would never build something that sort of treated people's data in that way. So I think it's possible to have an understanding and respect on both sides, but fundamentally the internet that I want to live in, and if I have children someday that I would love them to grow up in, is much more of the type that is provides a lot of freedom, autonomy, privacy, personalization, decentralization, kind of this open marketplace of ideas, and you can have a meritocracy where you can interact based on ideas, not necessarily based on who you are or where you're from. Like these types of ideals, which often the internet, by the way, does not achieve, but at least it has the potential to. And I would love to support that sort of system.
But again, like you said, it's an idealistic vision of the internet. We live in the Facebook times, and I don't think, when I look at the world, I just kind of get a little despondent and see very hard to live out, like build a company which is, very much like, you have to build a company very much like Facebook. You have to be centralized. You have to be collecting data. You have to use data to more personalization and more, behavior modification of humans. Essentially that, Uber is exactly that company. It's like if there is just a different example there is, it's just there in the mobility space, but the ideology is essentially the same. It's like, it's just taking everything and sucking it up. So can you really build a company with the real internet values anymore?
Absolutely, and I would say that it's actually now more able to build decentralized things because of the success of an ultra-centralized thing like a Facebook or a Google. Like I said, the progress doesn't happen in a straight line, and sometimes you need the counterfactual to be sort of demonstrated for the opposite, for the swing the other direction. You maybe need an Obama before you have a Trump, and you needed a Bush before an Obama. Like not to bring U.S. politics into it, but like going far in one direction allows the opposite to come back even stronger. I'm very, very excited to see what's going to happen in U.S. political leadership post-Trump, because I feel like his presidency has awoken a lot of passion, a lot of concern, and been a great antidote to the apathy that we had in politics for many years.
So you think there's going to be more interesting startups because of apathy towards, Facebook-like, domination on the internet?
Sure. I hadn't seen Digime before, but that idea, I would say that maybe people couldn't understand the utility of it before, but now that they see, oh, I want something that's as good as Facebook or as good as these other things, but that doesn't have these trade-offs, we can now, that moves into the realm of, I love this theory called adjacent possibilities. It's the idea that's happened many times throughout the world where something gets invented in multiple places at the same time without any coordination between the inventors or even knowledge of each other. I do believe that if I hadn't been part of creating WordPress, something like WordPress still would have been created by someone else because it was what the world needed at the time. We needed an open source operating system for the independent web. So if I didn't do it, someone else would have. we are at a point now where there is billions of people that have come online. We're getting either through market pressures or regulatory oversight, opening up of mobile platforms, which are now the dominant computing platform in the world, and people are connected. Like, it's never ever happened before. I mean, you wrote a book called, was it Broad Bandits, right? This is one of the things that I loved about Ohm, and one of the things that I originally loved about his blog. He had this great blog called Giga Ohm, and the tagline was, when you think of broadband, close your eyes and say Ohm.
You can just close your eyes and say Ohm even now. It's okay.
I still think one of the best taglines of any blog I've seen.
So vanity
but I
is
thought about that
definitely
'cause-
not my problem.
Yeah. This idea that we take for granted now, which is because it's become so ubiquitous, that there is broadband in everywhere. We can't even be 35,000 feet in the world flying someplace without internet, unless you're on Icelandair, which I experienced. Sorry, Icelandair. I had a rough time getting here.
This is sponsored by WOW, so it's all good. You can go as much as you want.
This, I mean, we take it for granted, but it's good to remind ourselves sometimes. Like, this has already opened up a huge class. You know, GPS meets mobile broadband meets, you know, a generic screen device in your pocket. It can give you things like an Uber. And there is more that we haven't even imagined yet that it will enable. And but sometimes you have to create some things along the way. Progress is fundamentally iterative process.
Well, I'll push back on that. Human beings, especially in the 21st century, are motivated by this idea of wealth and success, which comes, especially in the technology arena, comes from the idea of data capitalism. You know, you capitalize on people's data and you become richer and richer. Facebook and Google are just two examples. Now they control 85% of the advertising market. You know, Uber has shown that's how you become a really big company worth billions of dollars. So there are these companies which are creating a template for other founders to copy, to say, in order to succeed, you have to do these shitty things and become really big. And so how do you counter that narrative in the mind of entrepreneurs? Because there it is. There are 3 companies, 4 companies, which are so mega successful by following a path of, you know, collecting data and dominating the world from that. And then there is, obviously there is folks like yourself who are actually believing in an open source philosophy. How do you make the founders understand, hey, this is the better way of doing things? Like, how do you educate people into thinking, you know, less about the more, you know, wealth-associated model, whereas this one is more satisfying philosophically, spiritually, intellectually, and for the world? How do you do that?
So there's 2 parts. First, I'll say that you can show success and then allow people to build on that. Companies like Automatic, the entire crypto sort of, there's a bubble, but think of the growth over the longer arc, is amazing because we showed in just a few years $500 billion created in what was fundamentally decentralized and open source based systems. But I will disagree with your premise, more importantly, which is that beyond a certain level, people are no longer motivated by money or wealth. It's demonstrated in many research studies. I would also just say practically, let's go back to Facebook. Think of the top 20 executives at Facebook. Do any of them need to work another day in their lives from a financial point of view? No, I mean, they already have every plane, everything. Think of a Sheryl Sandberg. Yeah. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of wealth where there's diminishing margin utility. Sure, you could argue between like 50K and 300K, but when you get to like 100 million to 120 million, like you're at the point where there's a diminishing margin return on what the incremental wealth that you're accumulating. What I believe and what technology beautifully demonstrates is people who work for impact. And I would say you can see this from the most successful of the companies. You can also see this from the beautiful failures, right? The idealistic folks who try and try and try. And, you know, there's 40,000 startups in the Bay Area? It was a number astounded me because I was like, I couldn't name more than 100. It was 40,000. I mean, so many, and 99% of them are going to fail. But in their failure, they will bring either that people or the idea, or in the case of open source, maybe a technology and code, to the next thing that will come after it. And that, in sort of a Frederick Hayek way, those gales of creative destruction are fundamentally the foundation of human progress. So and this is one of the reasons we get along, is I'm fundamentally an optimist.
Well,
And I need you to, bring me down
I'm
sometimes.
just keeping it real, right? Like, I mean, you're saying why do people ask these questions? Like, why do these Facebook senior executives don't leave? It's not for the money. Where will they go? And if they go, they will have to be
Tahiti?
successful. No, they will have to be successful at doing something else. Because if you don't do something in technology industry, you're irrelevant in like literally 15 minutes. That's the hard part of our. Remember Bill Joy? Do you remember anyone? Yeah, there you go. Half the internet technologies were created by that company, Sun Microsystems. Does anyone remember Andy Bechtolsheim? How many people? There are 3 hands. This guy created the router. Oh my God! Like, this is where you kind of see. This is how you say people. You're only yesterday's terabyte, so fast today.
I would strongly object that conflating people's awareness of someone to their success. And in fact, some of the most successful people I know don't want any of you to know their names.
No, but like
there's a luxury in obscurity.
You made a point about why don't they leave? Because what will they do, and can they handle irrelevance? I think that's a real question to ask, and they will not answer that question. I'm going to pose that question, and it's nobody needs to answer that.
Well, I would counter that relevance can have other facets, family, philanthropic impact. Like, there's so many other things that are part of their lives. And I think actually the 2 people you mentioned, Bill Joy and Andy Bechtolsheim, are people who had incredibly rich lives, some would argue richer lives, after their contributions that they made on the sort of capitalist or company side.
They're still making contributions. Unfortunately, not many people know about them. That's a different story.
If they wanted to be known, they could easily be known.
The point what I'm trying to make is that these people have nowhere to go, seriously. And they're like in their early 30s. Where are they going to go? That's the thing. Anyway, let's go back to open source. I mean, we're going to have this conversation for the rest of the trip, so might as well. I don't want to, push you guys into this sleep. And anyway, let's go talk about what people want to learn from you and WordPress, which is the most important gift your company has given, in my mind, to the internet, is the idea of a distributed workforce. Tell us about why you did it, and what are the key lessons you have learned as a founder, CEO of Automattic, the company associated with WordPress.
I started in Houston, Texas. And I know we have a sort of Texas crew here. Woohoo. Bala was in Houston for a little bit. But there was a very small sort of tribe of people who were passionate about the things I was passionate about in Houston. And so we all had our Palm Pilot users group, our 802.11b users group, our Linux users group. But it was like an 80% overlap between all of them. And so we'd all just hang out in these different interest groups and do the meetups and things like that. But the first time I went to San Francisco, it felt like Mecca to me. This was really the place where everyone who was passionate, and in often cases that created the technology that I was into, were there. Not a lot of people remember Tontek Celik, but he created one of the first sort of standards compliant CSS engines. And I was able to sleep on his couch when I was in San Francisco. And that was more exciting to me than meeting any rock star or anything. So I moved. But then after about a year working for a company there and deciding to start a company, Automattic, having met folks like Ohm who told me I needed to do that and that there could be a much bigger impact, it just, I looked around at the people I was already working with on the WordPress open source side. And there was a fellow named Donica in Cork, Ireland, a fellow named Ryan Boren, who I think at the time was in Dallas, a guy named Andy in Vermont. I thought, and I looked around San Francisco, and every single company, even this was a downturn, was having trouble hiring. It was incredibly expensive to live there, even then. This is now 3 or 4 times worse, because this is, 2005. So imagine 13 years ago when everyone was like, oh, such a bargain, I should have bought then. It still was expensive. And also these people had families. Donica had just gotten married in Cork. He was having his first child. It seemed kind of backwards to take everyone from their happy lives in inexpensive places and move them to probably unhappy place that was very expensive. I mean, I enjoyed it, but I don't know if my colleagues at the time would have. I fundamentally believe that talent and intelligence is equally distributed all over the planet. but opportunity is not always. Might be something, if you are here in Iceland, like it's amazing that we have this conference, but maybe there weren't the same opportunities that there were for folks living in San Francisco. I don't know if you perceive that or not. My hope is that the world and the way that we work together will evolve to a point when it literally doesn't matter where you are, as long as you have an internet connection. So if you're not on Icelandair,
Or in Foss Hotel.
or in Foss Hotel,
Because
you can
heard
tell what's
about
important
it.
to me.
I heard about it at like 3 a.m. in the morning, so I know.
You can interact with folks at a completely even playing field. We've had bad versions of this thus far, where sometimes companies will have like everyone in the world in one office, let's say in Mountain View, and then a few people remote. And those remote people aren't as effective, they're maybe politically not as connected, they feel like they're missing out, and the truth is because they are. The real center of gravity for these organizations tend to be in a physical location, because it's true. When you are physically co-located with someone, that's an extremely high bandwidth interaction, faster than any broadband that we have. You have all 5 senses being engaged, sometimes ones you don't want to be. But it's a very dense, and humans have evolved over literally millions of years to have a lot of information sharing that happens in our body posture and how we act and how we, everything. Online, we are beginning to have kind of an 80-20, like the 20% that gets you 80% of the way there more and more and more. Right before this, I was on a Zoom call. So Zoom is my favorite video conferencing right now with a colleague who just joined Automatic. He is now the head of WordPress.com and Jetpack. Amazing fellow, used to be head of digital at New York Times, etc. We've probably only spent 3 days in person together since he started, and since we first started courting him maybe a year ago. But because we're able to have these conversations in a high bandwidth way, it doesn't matter where either of us are. Automatic is now, I gave you a lot of the backstory, I'll tell you where we are now. As we were starting, by the way, no one said this would work. They were like, okay, be distributed until you're like 15 people, or 50 will be where it breaks down, or maybe it's Dunbar's number at 150. Today we're about 740 people full-time in 62 countries from all over the world. And I would say that of all my friends who run tech startups, including the unicorns and decacorns that you all know, we're one of the only ones that has no trouble hiring. Because instead of a bunch of really great companies fishing in a very small pond of the Bay Area, or a very small bay perhaps, we're in the ocean of the talent and intelligence of the entire world. Now, of course, there's restrictions, like you need the internet, like I mentioned, and we still are fundamentally in English speaking as our lingua franca. So, but if you can speak English and have an internet connection, and really just write English, because we're not really even talking that much, you can be participate at an equal level to someone in San Francisco, New York, or myself as the CEO. That equality of opportunity opens up an incredible, in the US we talk a lot about diversity, especially in terms of how the makeup of the companies and whether that's representative of our communities. But that's a very usually US-centric point of view. And we could be very proud to have folks that maybe are different on a demographic point of view or from different places. But I think there's a different dynamic when you have folks who are waking up, living, going to sleep, have families, have friends, actually in different parts of the world, participating at an equal level to the folks who are at the headquarters, which for us is online.
So how do you engender trust in such an organization? Because you're not there with each other, you're not spending any physical time, with each other. How do you trust somebody like online? Like one of the biggest challenges of the modern internet is that it has eroded the idea of trust completely. I mean, like if you look at Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, everybody's marketing themselves all the time. So we are being naturally programmed to not trust what we are reading or what we are seeing or what we are hearing. So, and then to have people work in different environments in different remote areas, how do you trust this person? How do you trust what they're doing? Is there a way to think about it?
Yeah, I would say that the fundamental, if you were to make a formula of trust, it's kind of communication times expectations times results, right? And so when you have all three of those things, you can have a really high trust relationship, regardless of whether you've ever met in person. And I'm sure you can all think to someone who maybe you've never met, or a brand that you trust, even though you don't know the people behind it. And in terms of if you're building a company, like let's say you want to do something distributed like Automatic, first I would say you absolutely should. And then second, I would say that you can get together in person too. So we tell when people join Automatic, we tell them to expect 3 to 4 weeks of travel per year. Once a year, we bring the entire company together. And then individual teams, which are typically 5 to 15 people, get together 2 or 3 times a year. This high bandwidth interaction is fantastic. And I think that we're kind of just flipping it on its head, where most companies say, you know, be in the office co-located for 48 weeks out of the year and then take 4 weeks to go do whatever you want. We're turning it on its head. So be wherever you want 48 weeks of the year, but then 4 weeks, let's come together, break bread, share a meal, some of these things that just are kind of fundamentally built into our evolution and our DNA of how to build relationships. And in between there, let's work as effective, whatever is most effective for us in the environment that we create for ourselves.
So do you have a checklist for future distributed company founders that they should go through a checklist before deciding that they can be distributed company founders or not?
I'm actually working on a book about this. So there's more than just a checklist. But I would say that from the very beginning, particularly at a startup conference, I would say that the place where you can have the biggest impact is at the very beginning. And the things you do with your first 4 or 5 folks are really going to be the culture and the DNA of the company when you go to 500 or even 5,000. So if this is something, if you read, say, Remote from 37 Signals or The Year Without Pants, which is a guy who worked at WordPress.com, like you read these books and it feels like something that you want to create this type of organization, do it from the very beginning, because that's when it's going to be the easiest. That's when you can build in kind of the best practices. Like, for example, yesterday I was on a call, a Zoom chat as well, and 2 of my colleagues were both in New York in the same room, but each got on their own laptop. So they were kind of equally, think of it this way. It's like the old best practice that if everyone's on a conference call, have everyone on the phone. Don't have like 5 people on the phone and then 5 people in the room, because then the people on the phone will be like second-tier citizens. On Zoom, which has this amazing feature I call the Brady Bunch view, which I don't know if that culturally translates, but basically everyone's face is like a little box and you can see them all at the same time, versus like the Google Hangouts weirdness, which is like one giant face, which everyone feels awkward about because, and then like a bunch of tiny thumbnails. The kind of equal boxes are much more like being around a table. But in the same way, like a conference call, if you have like 5 people in one tiny box and then 5 other people in just their face in a box, it's a weird conversation. So they actually, although they were in the same room, got on 2 separate mics and headphones and 2 separate videos. And actually, until about halfway through the call, most people didn't realize they were in the same place, which is good.
I think the funny thing is that many people don't realize how much of this has to come from the founder. Yeah, I remember my company, first 15 people, we were like completely distributed. We didn't even have an office. We worked from Starbucks most of the time. And then we got a CEO, and he wanted an office, and next thing you know, the culture of the company changed. We were no longer distributed, costs went up. That whole idea of being a little team which was connected, meeting in coffee shops, having like 2 hours or 3 hours. It was like finding hanging out with your best friends. And I think that changed when you had an office, and everybody's going to the office. So if as a founder you don't get it, then it can't be a business school case study. I think a lot of people have tried to make distributed companies as a case study. It's not. I feel that it's more of a mindset. Like you gotta have great way of letting people be, and you have to trust people on day one. And I think that is, again, depends on the founder more than anybody else. I'm associated with True Ventures. True Ventures is a big investor in Automatic. So as VCs, we are always like, where are all these people? Why aren't they in the office? And it's like, you're always worried. It's like, where is our money going? It is what it is. It's like human nature. But I think it's the founder who has to figure out the ways to tell the narrative, to their investors and to other people. I think that is a very number one thing more than anything else. I think the other company which has done a good job in my mind is GitHub is a distributed.
There's a few that I would say are even better models, like Envision app. If you know Envision, they're actually about the same size as us and might actually get larger than us this year. Incredible business, growing really, really fast. Also 100% distributed. I think, you said trust is really important. It's also a trust but verify. Accountability, I would say, is even more important in a distributed organization where you can't just like knock on someone's cubicle and say like, hey, did you do the XYZ? In many other ways, Automatic looks like a completely traditional company. Our org chart is a completely normal hierarchy. One-on-ones are normal. Like almost everything is exactly like we can take all the best practices of other companies, but just not do it where we're sticking everyone in the same building every day. Which, to be honest, even at companies that are very attached to this, I have tons of friends at Google. Google has a very strong meeting culture where some of, especially managers, can be back to back in their day, kind of meeting to meeting to meeting to meeting. It's a funny thing where Google has this campus now, so there's multiple buildings, and it can take 5 to 15 or even 25 minutes to get in between the buildings. So there were people, and I was in one of these meetings, and they realized that they were in buildings adjacent to each other, even though they had already been on 3 meetings that day on video conference. Just because the time of getting in between the Google campus and I guess, having to dodge the volleyballs and the free food on your way, was such that they were essentially this person who commuted like an hour every day to get into this building was doing exactly what I do, which is sit in front of a monitor and camera. It's just they were doing it, well, I guess their food was free, but
Well,
nothing's really free.
That's a very good reason. I don't know how much time we have. I can keep going, right? Okay, just raise your hand when I have to go, because I might run out of questions.
Oh, do we take questions from the audience as well? Okay. Well, let's keep talking, but if you want to ask something, raise your hand and someone will come to you with a mic or something.
Okay, I'll come.
I'm not sure how this all works. Just Okay. Thank you, Wally.
So let's talk about the disasters which have happened as a distributed company.
Where to start? That's such a broad topic.
Start wherever, which is the biggest one?
I'll tell you one of the biggest downsides, and this can manifest itself in a number of ways, is that when you are with someone and you see them on a daily basis, you do have a much better sense of their state of mind and how they're doing. And so one of the things that has happened a number of times in Automatic's history is where someone was either going through a tough time or just faltering in some real way, and you couldn't tell it from their online interactions immediately. If they were coming to the office, you probably would notice that they seemed disheveled, tired, sad. Maybe they're crying in the corner. Any number of things that could happen that would be like very real indicators, like say as a manager, oh, this is someone I need to spend more time with and see what's going on, and to really support them. Online, we have people who have family members pass away or other major life events which are really impacting them, but they don't feel comfortable sharing that or don't know how to share that to their colleagues and the people who would love to support them in that distributed way. And maybe it's because they just joined the company and they haven't been to a meetup yet, so they haven't met people in person where they develop some of that trust. So it is one of the things that we definitely keep a closer eye on is, where in an office, if someone didn't show up one day, you would notice right then. Online, it might take 24 hours or 48 hours before you're like, oh, okay, what happened to them? Where did they go? What's going on? So something to keep an eye on.
How do you express gratitude in a distributed company?
That's a really good question. And this is also something that I personally am trying to do better at. Because my personality is one of noticing the details and everything that's wrong. And often I'll forget, if you did an amazing job, I'm like, meets expectations. So luckily there are people in the company better at it than me. We have a kudos system inside Automatic where we created, basically everyone gets every month a certain number of these kudos that can then be sort of given to your colleagues, and they're given with a message. So basically, we try to decouple what would traditionally happen, like bonus or recognition awards, make it peer-to-peer, make it all public, so everyone sees the kudos that everyone else are getting, and then incentivize, sort of gamify the system to help encourage the type of behaviors that we wanted to see. And this is extremely powerful. And we even have iterated it further, where if you don't use your kudos, you lose them. Your number of kudos you can grant goes down, where if you use them all every month, you are granted an additional one up to a certain number that you can give. So it's kind of a positive feedback loop. That's one example. We honestly have dozens of these systems at different points that are around feedback, around both critical and helpful feedback, training, coaching, as we start, because we're really building this company for decades to come. Like I said, I want to do this the rest of my life. So I don't think about what are our challenges from 700 to 1,000. I think what are our challenges going to be from 7,000 to 10,000, and try to put the systems in place now that when we get there, we'll be able to evolve and adapt.
So I'm your beta tester for life. Is that a designation?
Yeah.
We have a question here. Bala, I'm here. I have a question here.
Hi, I'm Andrew Slupek from George Mason University in Washington, D.C. And I was just wondering, with a distributed company, how is some of the best practices in terms of keeping people on course with your mission and some of the cultural aspects of your company when there are over 62 countries, like you mentioned, and 750 employees? And especially when you just said they're going to be going to possibly 7,000 eventually, how are you planning on keeping it sort of tight-knit and cultural?
So the first part, keeping people aligned, I would say is almost 100% identical to at a normal company. So you need to have monthly or weekly town halls as an executive where you reiterate the strategy. For those of you who are founders, the weirdest and most awkward but most important thing that you need to be able to do is communicate the same idea and repeat yourself with the same enthusiasm as the first time you said it. Because it's really important to be able to communicate and repeat yourself with the same enthusiasm as the first time that you said it. And you will do this literally hundreds of times till you feel weird. Like, aren't people tired of me saying the same thing over and over again? But in fact, what you're doing is either saying it in a different context or a different way or to a different set of people. That you would assume that if you make the blog post or the internal thing saying this is your strategy, that then everyone would know it. But in fact, repetition is key. And I will repeat that as just the weirdest thing I've had to learn as the company has grown. And so if you can learn that lesson early, it will be good. In terms of bridging cultures, this I would say is extraordinarily challenging, simply because you have folks that are coming to, one, because much of the business literature that I've read in my life, and I'm kind of a voracious reader of this sort of thing, assumes you're in one country. And much of it is largely kind of American or Eurocentric. So when you start to get people who grew up in a completely different context, you get a number of challenges. One of the industries that I love to read about and learn is aviation. Because in aviation, you have what's typically viewed as an open loop system, where if there's a mistake in aviation, like let's call it a crash, there's a third party that comes in, sort of debugs what happened there. There's high amount of information. It's very information rich. We have this thing called the black box, which records both all of the instruments, but also the conversation that's happening between in the pilot deck, which name is escaping me, what's like a cockpit. And then we analyze that. And then most importantly, the results of that analysis are then pushed out and part of the training for every single pilot in the world. So this is why aviation, I think it was last year where there were literally 0 commercial fatalities for the first time in aviation history. It used to be at a point in the 40s and 50s where 4 to 6 of pilots would die as a result of their own piloting. So you get to you have incredible progress, almost unmatched in any industry. So even though I kvetch about the Wi-Fi in Icelandair, I was very happy that it was funny. I'll tell you what happened. They turned around the plane because they didn't have enough fuel to get here. So I started in Denver and then ended in Denver last Sunday. And this was literally as I was just reading case studies of planes that crashed from lack of fuel. So I'm like reading this book and they're like, we're turning. I was like, oh my goodness. Is this how it ends? Like someone has a sense of humor. But in a lot of these cases, like I'll tell you one of the ones that it was a plane that they weren't sure if the landing gear had deployed. I forget the flight number. But it was, they weren't sure if the landing gear were deployed, so they were circling. They were sort of trying to debug whether it deployed or not. They were doing these tests. And you have the co-pilot saying, hey, 20 minutes of fuel left, 10 minutes of fuel left. And the pilot is saying, wow, that went so quickly, but he's so focused on this sort of problem ahead of him and trying to fix it that is not paying attention to the fuel running out, and to the point where the plane literally has to make a crash landing in a neighborhood, and there's, of course, a large number of fatalities attached to this. And really what they learned was it was a communication problem. And so now there's protocols for a person who is assigned to monitor that, and that they can communicate in a certain way, regardless of the cultural backgrounds or the authorities, or the relative authority of, say, pilot versus co-pilot versus first officer, things like that. They have a set of protocols that make sure that the things that are essential are communicated and understood, even in the heat of the moment, these most stressful situations, like 2 engines are out and a plane's going down. A good example of this working would be the famous Sully case, the one where they took off in the New York and some birds hit the engine, they landed in the Hudson. 0 fatalities, they lost the plane but no lives. It's largely, there was a movie made about it, right? It's a happy story, not like many of the ones I've read about. And part of this is if you listen, and you can listen to these things and read the transcripts of that communication happening in the cockpit, there was a lot of awareness, situational awareness of the things that were happening. To getting back to the cross-cultural aspect, it was found a few decades ago that pilots from certain cultures were having more crashes than others. This wasn't because of any, like I said, talent and intelligence equally distributed. It's because the cultural norm of how to challenge authority was as such that the person, the co-pilot in this case, that was seeing something that was wrong, much like the fuel scenario, was not actually communicating it in a way that was understood by the pilot. And the pilot was a little too into the position of authority and kind of the hierarchicalness of that implied. So this, I would say, is an open issue. I would say it is also not just a company issue, it's an issue for the world at large. And it's really fun to read about and learn about. So I would say it can be a lifelong study.
You know, the company which has done really good on this is Nestle from Switzerland, because they have operations globally, and they've done a good job of translating, you know, the various local nuances into, because I remember when I was a younger person, I trained at the Nestle Management School in India when I was in college, hoping that one day I will be a management trainee. Thank God. Just to make my mom happy, that was it. But they actually had, you know, they taught you these things, how do you, you know, work with other colleagues from other parts of the world, because they treated it as a global platform. I you know, and there will be more questions, but the one I have, you know, there was a great conversation this morning, this great presentation this morning about diversity in technology companies. And it was a lot of, the most valid point made was that people end up hiring people who look like them, because that's just as an inbuilt bias there. Has that helped you guys? Because you don't really see the people, they're all, the applicants are coming from around the world. What is the breakdown of, you know, our WordPress automatic community?
And I see, yeah, we're getting the hook. So I'll say 2 things. I'd say you want complete homogeny in mission and purpose, and diversity in every other aspect that you can imagine. And I think this is actually, and a good place to end is, I think there's a huge advantage that startups coming from Iceland or Europe or Israel and many of these other places have over American companies, that American companies, and Chinese to an extent, can get away with just focusing on the domestic market and hiring and working with people kind of in their own areas and partnerships in their own areas for a long time, where like you probably wouldn't launch a service that was only in, you know, the Icelandic language. Right? There's a limited market there, and you're going to be kind of multilingual from the very beginning and tackle many of these issues from the very beginning. So I think that's actually one of the huge powers. So, you know, use where you're coming from as like a superpower as opposed to something holding you back. I'd say that's something amazing that in Iceland, and for those of you from Europe and other non-Silicon Valley places, George Mason, it can be an amazing advantage to think differently than the folks that you're competing with. So thank you all so much, and thank you, Om. Like,
These guys should start a podcast called Soft Spoken Nice Men. Just do this weekly. Okay, now we have a really big panel. I don't know how we're going to fit everybody up here. Hopefully it doesn't collapse. We have a VC panel with Aziz Gilani, Lisa Rich, Anders Frostenson, Svana Gunnarsdottir, Ari Helgeson, and Mike Daughtry. All these people have money, so if you have a startup, you should hassle these people and nobody else. All right?
I'll be in the middle, maybe. Okay, I'll be there. Yeah, there you go. One for you. We'll split. How's everybody doing? Good, good. Can we all stand up a bit? I can see the energy level going down. It's not a good idea, especially when I'm going to speak, you know. All right, stand up, all right? Put your hands up. Deep breath. There you go. Well done. All right, thanks, guys. Sit down. All right, so I named the panel Ask Me Anything. So these are all people who are managing money and making decisions all the time. I would say maybe we should just go around and introduce ourselves. Maybe Anders, you can start, and then just pass the mic around.
Sure. My name is Anders Frostenson. I'm based out of Stockholm, Sweden. I run a venture studio, which is basically a combination of capital investing VC and also deploying product expertise, design engineering, go-to-market strategy, branding, etc., together with entrepreneurs to kind of help them go from zero to the market. And when they are in the market, we want to seed fund them. So that's basically the process, and we're based out of Stockholm.
Pass the mic.
You
Yeah.
No,
Should
just
work.
talk. Hi, I'm Lisa Rich with Hemisphere Ventures. We're an early stage, we fund early stage companies in synthetic biology, robotics, drones, and we're heavily invested in the space industry, part of the space mafia, if you've ever heard of that. And we have been around since 2014. We are at hemisphere.com and have invested in about 250 companies to date.
Hi, I'm Mike Doherty. I'm with AngelList. AngelList, we consider ourselves a platform for startups. AngelList sees, really, our philosophy is that much progress with the human race comes from technology and from people working together. And so we see our mission as really helping there be more founders in the world. And we focus on three of the main challenges that founders face. One is raising money. So that's my department. We work on the fundraising side. Another is recruiting a team to work with you. And so we have one of the largest startup job boards in the world. And then we also have a company called Product Hunt, which helps find customers for startups. So altogether, as we want to see more founders in the world.
My name is Svana. I'm a partner of Frimtech Ventures. We have two funds that we're running. Our first fund was in 2008, just before the financial crisis. It collapsed, and we had to rebuild it, and we started to invest in the beginning of 2009. And we invest mainly in tech companies, and we are post-seed pre-A, so we have ticket size of 1 to 5 million euros per investment. And we usually invest together with other co-investors outside of Iceland to help the companies grow.
Hi, my name is Aziz Galani. I'm from Houston, Texas. I'm a partner at Mercury Fund, which is an early stage venture capital fund based out of the US. I primarily lead Series A investments. We have about 40 portfolio companies. And I've spent my whole life working with enterprise software. And my first job was with Bala in Houston. So thanks for bringing me.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Ari Helgason. I am with Index Ventures in London. We're a global venture capital firm, 20 investors split between San Francisco and London. We have raised over $5 billion. We're currently investing out of our 9th venture fund, our 3rd growth fund. We invest anywhere from seed to late stage growth. We've been involved with companies like King, Supercell in the past, in the Nordics. We've invested in companies like Deliveroo, Slack, Dropbox, Intercom, and most importantly, we just led our first Series A here in Iceland in Tea Time Games, which we're very excited about.
Wonderful. Yeah. All right. So the first order of things is to kind of set the stage. you six are here because all of you are doing different things, although it's all called investing, really. Because I think there is a very different model for investing with everything that you've just said. But that being said, what is one thing you want founders to think about when they come and talk to investors? Because I think there's all this myth about raising money, and I'm always advising founders, don't raise money, build companies, because I think the raising money has become a job. Everybody does that for a living now. So I think we should probably start with that question. Let's go around the same way, Anders. Maybe you can start. So what do you see in founders when they come and talk to you? What is the thing that you guys focus on? Although you need to deploy capital, there's much more to it than that.
Yeah, it's. I think we try to look for founders or potential founders at day zero, so they basically don't have anything in terms of product or any progress or any data or anything that we can crunch. So all you have is the person, right? So that's our 100% focus. And I think I have a colleague, it's a Sweet Studio, and just very, very quickly contextualize this. Sweet Studio has a sister fund called Sweet Capital, and we're both backed by the founders of King.com. Had some money from Index back in the day. And we're managing some of their money into these two funds. And my colleague at Sweet Capital is more of a straightforward VC, and he says, like, as an investor, you're constantly looking for what's wrong. You're looking for the reason not to invest. And if you can't find that reason, you should probably invest. I said, okay, I don't work like that. I try to collaborate and explore and see if there's something in there, even though it's opaque, fuzzy, and not very clear in the beginning. So it's very much a conversational process. It's very much a collaborative process. It's completely focused on the person.
Lisa?
So many things to say. I think there's a book that every founder should get called Get Backed, B-A-C-K-E-D, Get Backed. And it's a way to lay out what your strategy is to get investment. And one of my biggest pet peeves, since I work with companies that are already existing, not just thinking about a business, but they have their strategy in place, they come to me with a deck. And I'm a marketer and brander at heart and a communicator. And to clearly communicate your idea, you need to know that investors have a very little bandwidth, very little time. And so from the first slide of your deck, if you don't have your name, your logo, and what you do, your positioning in 4 or 5 words or less, you may actually end up in the outbox even at that moment. It's crazy, but it happens. So I think just think about the audience that's going to be looking at your material and how little time they have. We look at 1,000 deals a year. And so we need to see something that's really well thought out and well presented. And if you're not communicating it in person, you need to be represented in your deck. And so I would suggest the book Get Backed helps you lay out that strategy and really what investors are looking for. There are boxes that we check mentally as we look through what the strategy is, what the goals are, what is the 5-year plan, so that we can understand where are you at, are you an investable business? And because not every business is. So those are questions that we're trying to figure out as well. And if you are thinking about that and we see that you're thinking 10 steps ahead, then you get even more brownie points. So,
Mike?
So I agree. Communication is very important. So a founder who can explain their company in 4 words and put it on the front page of their deck is incredibly impressive. The other thing I often look for in person when I'm talking with founders is I look for the ability and evidence that they are executing very quickly. And so often I'll talk to a company and then talk to them a bit later. And if the founder has laid out some next actions or we've discussed something and then they come back and they say they've done it, and in particular if they've done it and accomplished it faster than I thought they were going to, that's a very good sign.
Svana?
Yeah, I totally agree with this. And there's something I would like to add to it is to work on the founding team. So before you start pitching, make sure you have a complete team that is actually able to execute the things that you want to do, and that you're able to, first of all, that you believe it with passion, and that you believe that you can execute it and convey that in a good way to us. And also be sure that you're looking for venture funding, because that's a specific funding. So your business might not be fundable through venture. You might be looking for different kind of funding. So, educate yourself. What kind of company you want to build? Is it a venture funding? Is it something else? And the team that is going to do it.
Aziz?
Yeah, I think an important thing to kind of keep in mind is the investor that you're pitching. Just going around this panel, I think you've seen folks who are geographically specific. We've seen people who are stage specific. You've seen people who are theme driven within certain types of verticals. And so it's very important to kind of understand what the VC that you're pitching to is looking for, and then crafting that message appropriately. Because if you have someone who's just an opportunistic VC, who's like looking at everything within a specific geography, then there's a set of attributes to kind of pitch them against. Whereas if you have someone who will only invest in space, one, if you're not a space startup, don't pitch. And then two, it's like, hey, this is a relatively educated VC who knows that industry super well, and so it makes sense to go into the weeds and to describe why what you're doing is so differentiated. And so, it's kind of funny. It's like, out of the pitches I get, like 70% of them I would never invest in because they're not in the right stage, they're not in the right theme, they're not in the right pitch. And what kills me is that person will waste like 30 minutes of their time trying to eventually get me to that answer that they don't fall within that rubric. Whereas, and it's more of a tragedy for them, for me. I mean, this is my job. This is what I sit and do all day. But getting to those answers really quickly so that you can have a more meaningful conversation, I think, is super helpful.
Ari?
Yeah, I think adding to that, the important thing for you as founders is to really think about, what's the right fit for your business. And there's this thing I call the TechCrunch effect, which is that fundraising often gets seen as an end in itself and something that you just do as part of building a business, and it's not the only route. So I always see founders, on a weekly basis come through the door talking about, and then we're going to raise, et cetera, but they haven't really thought through what that means for the business, whether that's the right path. I bootstrapped a company before becoming a VC, and in retrospect, that was exactly the right thing to do because we were addressing a fairly small market. It was a niche SaaS company, and so fundraising would not have made any sense and would have kind of reduced the scope of acceptable exits. If you do the maths on a fund like Index, our venture fund is $550 million. Which means every deal we do has to have the potential of returning the fund, which means that you probably need to build a $2 billion plus business for it to be investable by us. So us passing on that basis doesn't mean that you don't have a great company. It just means that it's not necessarily the right fit for our return profile.
Maybe I'll start from you, Are, because you guys just invested in Tea Time. It's unfortunate that Thorstein and Gunnar are not here. Both of them are traveling. And so tell us a little bit about how, what was the basis for that investment? And of course, I want to dispel the myth. I know Thorstein really well, and I know the journey that he went through in building QuizUp. And of course, he's starting over again. So you bet on him on another basis, which is actually very new for Iceland. So that's why I'm asking. Maybe we start there.
So the bet was that if they just avoid all the mistakes they made at QuizUp, they're going to do great. And just to kind of add some more color to that, when we invest in games, it's very team-based. We're always looking for kind of outlier teams that have a very different point of view, have a different way of looking at the world. And with games specifically, unlike software or lots of other categories, our thesis is that you either invest very early, pre-launch, or you don't invest at all, or you invest very late. But that sort of point in a gaming company's life is probably the worst time to invest from a risk-reward perspective because there's momentum. But as we saw with QuizUp, for example, that doesn't necessarily mean that the game has staying power. But what we saw there was an exceptional team that had worked together for a long time, very clear vision of what they wanted to build. And so we were super excited to back them. With other categories, the parameters might be different, but I'd known the team for a very long time, from kind of pre-QuizUp days even, and had been wanting to work with them. And so this was the perfect opportunity to get involved.
Excellent. So I'm going to switch over to the other side. Maybe Lisa, given that you said synthetic biology and space, which sounds quite on the edge, maybe that's the name for Hemisphere. Can you give us a little bit of context? Why the edge?
Why the edge? I think we have a comfort level with risk, and all VCs have to have that comfort level. Synthetic biology is progressing at it's companies that are progressing where biology is becoming a factory. And so we're seeing the merging of talent of a roboticist sitting next to a scientist, sitting next to a big data person, and those talents merging, and suddenly a new company is built that has exceptional growth in a very short period of time. They can scale to just unbelievable scaling in that way. So we invested in companies like Finless Foods, which is creating fish from stem cells. We have a company that is taking multispectral imaging combined with machine learning to detect udder disease in dairy cows in under 2 seconds. It's called EIO, by the way. It's got a great name. And then, so there's a merging of talent, and space and synthetic biology have a lot in common. So if we're going to live and work in space, we need to eat, we need to have plants, so interestingly, I connect a lot of my biology companies to my friends in the space industry to get their products flown to the ISS so that we can see what happens with those fish cells when they're on the space station. Or a company, Geltor, is making collagen from the cells, cellular level, re-engineering collagen to be better than collagen, and it doesn't require the cow. So these are really interesting fields because everything, they can take the original, DNA of something, re-engineer it, and make it 10 times better. And then what happens in microgravity? So there's just this fascinating arena that's evolving, and we're just excited to be a part of it. And we meet so many companies that are just doing what we didn't even think could happen. It's sort of like you're saying, living on the edge. Companies that really require us to keep an open mind. I love to talk about one that Avi and I know called Kanaku, that put neurons on a microchip and said, we're going to program this. And I said, a neuron? You're going to put a neuron on a microchip? And they said, yeah, we're going to take a neuron from a rat, and we're going to put it on a microchip, and we're going to control it. And I told my husband, he's crazy. Well, he wasn't crazy. He was backed by Google Ventures, and they're going to use this technology because of the biological response can tell us if something has like a light sensor or a chemical response, and it can be used for driverless technology. Well, had I been pitched that, I might have said, this is great, but at the time I didn't understand where it could go. So we look at these ideas and then understand, well, where can this lead? And what industries is it going to affect, and how big can it get? And the answer typically ends up being a ton of different verticals to explore. So it's a lot of fun.
Now that you've said all those things, the thing that's going on in everybody's mind, how do you make money on this thing, really? I mean, we don't even know if it's going to be useful or not. But on that note, how do you VCs make money? Maybe that's a good question to ask, because I think a lot of people think that there's a myth behind it, and you all don't want to share it. So I'm going to ask you anything. So how do you guys make money again? Maybe we'll start with you, Anders.
Well, I have to come back in a few years to give you a real answer on that, since we're 1 year into the fund. But I would say, like, from our perspective, I think we're trying to find, it's about balancing risk, or the approach to risk, really. And we're trying to kind of find that we're trying to kind of have a new approach to risk, where we go much more vertical. And to the ventures, we do very few engagements, and we go very deep. We actually try to build the product. So we're very focused on building great product, and doing that, and making a few but really deep bets, as opposed to kind of trying to spread the risk horizontally and make a number of bets. So I think that's kind of the core of how we approach it. And so we're trying to kind of maximize the kind of the impact that our expertise can have, or the influence that we can have on the outcome, and work with that longer term. I think that's how we approach it, and we'll have to see if that works.
Yeah. So Lisa, maybe from your side, what's the end goal?
Well, we love data, and so we do track our investments, since we have a lot of them, and we keep a paper documentation of in terms of like when a valuation increases. We keep track of that, and we're 4 years in and at a 50% IRR. So we're pretty happy with that. A few companies have failed, but this is very early on. So we're looking at 7 to 10 years out, but we already have identified some potential real winners in there, which is exciting. I don't think you can do this without other income, because you certainly need income. And once you start doing this, you keep putting your money in startups.
Tell me about it.
Sort of, you just sort of you make money, and then you keep investing it, because it's just so exciting. So I would say have a day job for sure. And then you can't risk, you have to know what your risk level is and what your tolerance is. So for anyone that's looking to be an investor at some point, you want to just have a tiny amount of money that you say, I could lose this, but maybe I'm going to put this in something that I know, and something that I think has real legs, that could really grow someday, and go from there. But again, it's understanding your own risk tolerance.
Mike, you guys are capturing a lot of data on syndicates and investors and startups. So from AngelList point of view, how is it looking for the value creation part? I mean, maybe $800 million is what's being invested through AngelList, or $1 billion?
So AngelList is a platform, and we try to help out various parts of the startup ecosystem. One of the big things I've learned in my time at AngelList is to really to understand how money gets to startups. You have to step back a few levels. And so from the startup, there are angels that invest personal capital into startups. There are VCs that invest other people's money into startup, and ultimately there are LPs. And LPs distribute money through the VCs into the very early stage startups. So what AngelList lets people do is we find angels who have deep expertise in various areas, or their own network of startup founders that they know and that they're helping out, and we help connect them often directly to the LPs. So we help them act a little bit more like VCs. In doing so, there has been about $800 million deployed on the platform into 2,200 companies. And so if you're looking from a very high level, like what is the value creation of the market, we often look at the early stage, which is about a $2 billion per year or so, $2 billion USD per year or so market in the US and North America. We look at that actually as a very small portion of venture as a whole, and then obviously the companies that grow out of venture go to the public markets or to PE. And so at early stage, when it's actually a small amount of money that has an inordinate impact on returns and on the world, because you can, if you are say $150 billion sovereign wealth fund, you could potentially lose $2 billion just to find every single opportunity in the world, and the ones that do take off from the very early stage, they take off and they do 1,000x or 10,000x. And so as they scale up, you can deploy a lot more capital in there. So portfolio theory, like that's kind of how we're looking at it, and returns have obviously been close to the market since AngelList has so much exposure to the market. So in general, we see top tier, top quartile VCs are running at about 20 to 22% IRR. Median is around 10%, then bottom quartile are basically losing money.
All right, Svana, from your side.
To make money in the venture, quite simply, you need to sell at a higher price than you buy, that you invest, to just, make it really clear. But, I mean, the statistics for venture investing is like the returns on the portfolios is like 50% is less than 1 in multiple. So actually, you're losing it, or the dogs that you write off. About 35% is like 1 to 2 in a multiple. And I would say 10% is with I think it's about 2. And then only 5% is with 3 or more in a multiple. So basically, if you have a portfolio of 10 companies, to put it simple, 1/3 is like dogs, you write them on, 1/3 will do something for it, and then 2 companies, will basically return the fund, and you need to have a 1 unicorn in there. And making money as an LP, that's the ones who are investing in our funds. This is like average numbers. It's difficult in venture because you cannot really take average. You want good management. Want good investors in the GPs. So there is where you make the money. You have the venture funds that are doing great, and you have others that are doing really bad, and then you have the averages. So that's basically how you need to, make money in this.
So how's it going in Texas, Aziz? What's the story like there?
Yeah. By the way, to your original question, were you looking for like a mechanical answer in terms of how 2 and 20 works, or do you want a more thematic type answer?
No. I was not thinking in terms of the mechanics. I'm thinking about like you guys are running a business on your own,
Yeah,
right?
for
I
sure.
mean, at the end of the day, it is a business that you're running. So how do you make money on this? So because your customers are here, because you need to sell them, and they need to come to you. I always try to. I'm trying to flip the question, saying that they are your customers. You need to sell them, and so I'm giving you an opportunity to sell them.
Sure. So at Mercury Fund, we only invest in B2B SaaS companies. Fortunately, that's a space where if you have 40 companies that are all playing in the same space, then you get a lot of experience in terms of how to build those companies in a relatively capital efficient manner. So for us, we look at companies right after they achieve what we think is product market fit. Basically what it means is that you have a product, people are buying it. They're not buying it at huge volumes, but they're buying, there's enough repeatability in the buying cycle where it's like, okay, if I actually build some infrastructure around this company, it can sell a lot more of this stuff with a lot more scalability. And so across our 40 companies, we've kind of developed a pretty systematized playbook in terms of how to then staff that company appropriately, in terms of sales resources that are appropriate to the average customer value that they're trying to sell against, how to build up a proper marketing and content marketing function around that, and how to build up the proper customer success teams so that we can, at the very least, double in size each year and hopefully, triple or quadruple the revenue run rate for that company on an annualized basis. Because we feel like if you can build a company at that rate, at that speed, then on the exit side of the equation, you can sell that company for an out-of-character multiple. So something north of, let's say, like 9 times revenue. And that's where we make our real money. It's because hopefully if we invest, that company will grow at a very fast rate, and then we can sell that company, or at least our stake in that company, for a multiple on revenue that makes our LPs very rich. So that's our goal.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to try to. All right. I gave you a chance to talk about tea time. So tell me what's the end goal there? I mean, because I think most Icelandic people know about that. What's the end?
The end goal is to build a kind of multi-decade gaming franchise, and it's to build kind of the social gaming company of the future, the next generation of mobile games. And I think kind of slightly touching on the earlier question on how do you make money in this business, I think looking at the outcomes we've had this year with IPOs like Dropbox, Zuora, iZettle getting acquired in Sweden for 2.2 billion. I think the thing that those companies all have in common is that they are led by founders that really want to go the whole way and that are kind of massively ambitious. And the second thing they have in common is that they're only beginning to scratch the surface of their respective markets. And so in the case of Tea Time, which is much earlier, again, it's a huge market. It's extremely ambitious founders. And in venture, especially when you're managing big funds, really the only companies that end up making a difference to your returns are the outliers, the ones that do 10x or more. And so we kind of stay very focused on finding those founders that are trying to build those really meaningful companies, and then backing them early and sticking with them. And the rest, as far as we're concerned, is noise. There are very few companies that in the end up making a big difference, and we're out there looking for them.
All right. So I'm going to try to stay on time and get off the mic, but just so you all know, all 6 of them are going to be mentors tomorrow in Reykjavik University. If you have not scheduled time with them, it's your loss. You should. I mean, they're all managing a lot of money. They've told you now what they do. So if there's anything that's aligning with what you do to what they do, please meet with them and talk to them. Are there any questions from the audience? Because this is Ask Me Anything. Yeah, Udur. Just. Maybe Mike and Lisa, we start there because you guys are from that part of the world.
Sure. So I think it depends a lot. My personal opinion is I think it depends a lot more on what types of companies you're building. If you are building a company that is going to address the global market eventually and be a company that could potentially have 100 million customers, that company can't stay focused purely on Iceland, because I think there's only 300, 400,000 people in the country. And so that is the type of company that venture is ideal for. And so I don't know that the US is necessarily the right model. I believe it was Matt earlier who was talking about US focused companies being able to truly just focus on one market that they know well, hire from and sell to, and be able to have that sort of return. Whereas I know companies outside this probably have to start very early thinking about other markets. So I do think there's a spot for Iceland-focused VC, but I think that the ones who are here are doing it very intelligently, where it's kind of that bridge to additional capital and expanding outside the area. If you're building a company focused just on the market here, I suspect there are other better forms of financing.
Sure. It's interesting. Mike is in San Francisco and I'm in Seattle, but I'm always going to San Francisco. So there's a lot of activity there. It's unusual kind of networking opportunities, so there are benefits there for startup founders that you're not going to find maybe where you are, unless this startup ecosystem starts to really grow and you start to build a VC culture here in Iceland. There are a lot of companies that at the early stage you start with family and friends to fund and help build funding. And there are also a lot of very powerful family offices out there, certainly internationally. Norway has like $1 trillion sovereign wealth fund. I mean, there's access to funding, and it's just a question of like what is going to make sense for the business that you're building. Venture is sort of an art form. It's it's not just a check, it's a relationship that you're building. And so you want to think about, who do I want to build that relationship with? Because we want to be there for the long term. That's part of what I think a lot of our stories are, that we've met companies, we mentored them, and we realized that we couldn't be a part of their journey without our money behind it. And that, it's satisfaction for us to not only mentor, but to invest and then see the whole dream through to fruition. So I think there's that relationship that we all like to build, and so I think that's a question of, who can you build those relationships with, and what makes sense, and what's a fit for the company you're building.
I think I should give a chance for Icelandic VC to respond.
Thank you. So I can come back from a mechanical answer of how LPs can earn money. So know your audience. That's the first thing I say, and it was the wrong one. I think I totally agree. It's maybe not the form. It's just the value of the investment that comes with the money, in a sense. And venture investing is quite young in Iceland. So this is something that we have been building up and have to build up better with the company. So when we invest, coming back to that, how you make money, we try to work together with the teams to map out how we can bring value to that beside us. I mean, we have to be, we are located in Iceland, we are generalists, so we cannot be deep specific in fintech, edtech, or whatever. So we actually, together with the companies, find potential investors that can bring a lot of value to the company to grow on the market they are going to grow with the local, domestic network know-how along with the capital. So basically, when we meet the teams and we are thinking of investing, we actually now, call on potential investors to, hear the pitches with us from the beginning, and then they are informed all the way until A round, and then, you can get to know them, build trust, and it makes things much easier.
Aziz, you have a pretty a very structured thought on this, and I want you to share that about ecosystems.
Yeah, so, if you think about it, starting a company is kind of an irrational thing. I love the fact that you guys do it. It's the reason why I have a job, so I'm excited by it. But it's really, really hard. And so, I invest primarily in non-traditional markets. I invest in places like Boulder and places like Madison, Wisconsin, and places like that. And so the question I always ask my CEOs is I say, hey, does your location help you in one of these three categories? And I give them a choice, and I say, hey, you have to answer one of these yes. And so the answer is, does it give you an unfair advantage when it comes to getting talent to kind of get your business up and running? Or does it give you an unfair advantage because you have unfair access to customers, so there's a concentration of your customers in the ecosystem you operate in? Or does it give you an unfair advantage because your eventual acquirer is going to be based out of here, because that's where the business that you're trying to eventually sell your business to is based out of, so that gives you an unfair advantage for that? And if the answer to all three questions is no, I say move your company, because you shouldn't be there, because it's already too difficult to start a company in the first place. Now, when it comes to a place like Iceland, man, there are advantages here. You've got pockets of talent that are super interesting. You have a first market that you can easily kind of get full concentration and saturation with on a very early basis. But the reality is, if you want to build a big business, you have to ask yourself those three really hard questions, because, look, if you get into bed with someone like me, I'm going to demand that you get a really big exit, and getting to a big exit means being able to give yourself that advantage.
Thank you. I've been trying to say that, but gently. Anyway, I think, we all can talk forever because that's our job. I'm going to give the chance to our founders and all of you here. You all get a chance to meet with them. By the way, we have networking after the conference, so you can hang out and talk to them. Now you know them better. And please give them a round of applause. Thank you all for taking time. And last but not least, please look at all the founders so you can write them checks. So that's always good. Thanks.
All right, this is a full list of Icelandic names. Tristan Gribben, Tryggvi Thorgeirsson. What's the B with the top and the bottom? TH. Thorbjörg Helga Vigfúsdóttir. This is amazing. Sigurjón.
You're
The
doing
O
it.
with the thing? What's that? Sigurjón Lisdon. And Daryl Fernandez. Perfect. All right, we did it.
You nailed the last one. But no, so thank you. I'll wait for some people to trickle out. First off, I want to give a big thanks to Promote Iceland, or as it's known here, Íslandsstofa, for hosting this panel, and of course to Bala and his team for doing this kick-ass thing every year. It's much needed in this space. It's just amazing the energy that goes into the vacation months that you see after this. But the focus of this talk, as you can, if you're familiar with some of these companies, is actually on digital health, health tech, and more specifically on lifestyle-related diseases. So we have a few different companies here, and I've had actually a phenomenal pleasure of working with most of them and meeting people briefly. So I want to be able to let them take the stage and introduce themselves. And yeah, here we go. You want to start over there?
Hi, nice to be here, and thank you all for a very nice day. My name is Þorbjörg Helga. It's pretty hard to pronounce. My companies, and our company is called Kara. It's karaconnect.com, and it's actually a SaaS platform for therapists in mental health and special education and people that meet you more than once for help. And our goal is to globalize access to the right kind of help so you can find the right specialist and give them a virtual office to digitalize into the future the therapist there is.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sigurjón Lýðsson. I am the founder and CEO of a company called Medlink. We are basically trying to change the way you manage diabetes. We actually, that's basically my company, trying to change with edge technologies. So we're using computer vision and artificial intelligence to help people manage their diabetes. So.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tristan Elizabeth Gribben. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Flow EHOF, which is we're the creators of Flow VR. It's a virtual reality corporate tool that gives immediate access to meditation's benefits. I'm a meditation expert, and we allow for people to experience meditation anytime, anywhere, from the very first try, using our immersive technology. And I'm thrilled to be here. This is my fourth Startup Iceland conference. This is my favorite, one of the highlights of the year. Thank you, Bala.
Thank you. My name is Daryl Fernandez. I'm the CEO of Ludger and the CSO of Avena. So Ludger specializes in precision medicine technologies, and in Avena, we will exploit those using digital healthcare.
Hi, I'm Tryggvi Þorgeirsson, a co-founder and CEO of Sidekick Health, a digital therapeutics company that combines clinical expertise and gaming experience to tackle chronic conditions like obesity and diabetes. And our clients are big employers who use our products to improve their employees' health and wellness, and also healthcare providers and pharmaceutical companies who use this to improve patient outcomes and increase or improve their financial performance.
Awesome. So my first set of questions, I have a laundry list, so it's a little bit of a, so if we can get through it, it'll be great. So I'll pull my phone out in a little bit, but one of the first questions I wanted to ask is, these are big problems, lifestyle-related diseases. Most people don't know it. 1 out of 3 people is at risk of developing diabetes, type 2 diabetes. It's not considered so much an isolated problem just to the US anymore. It's now all over Europe, Saudi Arabia, the Middle East. So while I know not everybody is overly specific on diabetes or pre-diabetes, I want to make sure that everybody up here is focusing on some type of lifestyle-related condition. And so in line with that, how did you know that you were onto a big problem? And when did you start to kind of figure that out? Whoa, okay, just...
Go ahead.
Well, it's a little bit of a personal story. I used to be a politician in Reykjavík, which everybody knows is pretty hard these days. But I saw...
Because you change over so much?
Change over so much. We're always voting. So what I saw that was that the system, because Scandinavia and the Nordics are paying it out of the taxpayers' budget, we saw that nobody said no to increased funds. It's always growing and growing. The problems just kept growing, and it's also the mental health problems is 1/3 of the European and the American population. So it's a huge problem. But what we saw that it wasn't actually the help that we paid for was actually not coming to the right person, or the right kind of help was not being delivered to the person that needed it. So that's how I encountered this problem. And when I started looking at it better and tried out pilots, I actually saw that video could, and we were talking about it with Matt before, video was actually a great enabler for reaching people and giving them help. And then when you looked at the other side, which was the problem of the therapists, they had a really badly run business, basically. They had a lot of cancellations, they were located in one place. So it was an obvious thing to check out, and we're heading this way, and it's going really well.
Want me to go next? Okay, thank you. My point of view comes from a different perspective. My dad has type 1 diabetes, and it was actually a lack of technology that made me go look into a chronic disease like diabetes, and he has type 1, but when you are looking into diabetes like type 2, they use the same technologies in the long run. So our focus is, if you use glucose and if you measure glucose and if you inject insulin, then we have the technology for you to help you with managing that. So yeah, just looking at the numbers and learning more about the status of this disease in the world and chronic diseases in general, it just made me want to make a change, and I hope I can do that.
So I believe that over 60 or 70% of all doctor visits are stress related, and we're living in a stress epidemic. This has an impact on our health, our immune system, and every aspect of our lives. When I got involved in Flow, we talked about stress and alleviating stress, and it's grown in conviction that it's actually gets to the core, because when we meditate, when we take time to even just a few minutes a day, it can make a complete difference on the kinds of choices we make throughout our day. So I believe that it's going to become, the data is coming in, even in the next few weeks or months, about how meditation, it's already coming in on digital meditation. Millions of people are using digital solutions for meditation, and there is data on how it alleviates stress and helps us on all kinds of levels. But it is going to become more and more apparent that meditation is a key. So it's going to become as vital as exercise or other forms, or eating right, And how do we make those choices? How do we make the choices to take those proactive measures that we know we need to take? Sometimes it takes kind of a personal breakthrough to do that, and that's what happens when we meditate.
Thank you. I first knew that there was a big problem when I went to America and got fat. I'm probably the first person to ever do that. Now, I was at a conference, WCBP, the well-characterized biopharmaceuticals, where all the good and the great and the FDA come together. And we're there to help figure out what the best drugs in the world could be in the future, so we could save the world. Okay, and I have a video of myself in the Marriott Hotel in Newark Airport with rolls of fat. Now, I was fat before, and I didn't realize I was fat. But it astonished me, in a short space of time, I was not having lunch. So I thought I was being a good boy. Okay, whack on. So I spent all that time from then till now trying to figure out how I got fat there. But the thing that really concerned me was that in this conference, at least half the other people were fat too. We had drugs that $100,000, $300,000. This is some of our clients produce these things, and we help them. This is my life's work, to make these very, very expensive drugs. And yet the simplest thing, okay, which is looking after yourself, self-care, we weren't doing. So my passion now is, well, I have an obsession with fat bellies. And I've learned how to look after myself, self-care, navigate through the world. And it's actually both difficult and very, very easy once you know how. I've got X-ray glasses so I can go through the supermarket and know what I should be eating and enjoy myself. A celebration, it's not a, okay. So basically my passion is to actually, first of all, learn myself there and then work with others to develop self-care routines. And we're sort of well on the way there. So that's it, essentially.
Trigger.
Yeah, so to me it was, so I'm a medical doctor, and you really don't have to work for long in that sector to see how we are constantly putting out fires which we should have prevented. And personally, there was a tipping point for me. I was tending to a woman with high blood pressure out of control, and I was being asked to add another antihypertensive drug to her regimen. And I was thinking, here I am sitting in this, very expensive healthcare system. Is it really the best thing I can do for this lady to add yet another drug when it was obvious that her problem was lifestyle related? But I didn't really have any other tools. So at that time, I decided, I'm going to put my stethoscope aside for a while. I moved to the US, studied disease prevention, behavioral sciences. And since I had a previous background in engineering, it came kind of logical to combine that with smart technology, which was really booming at this time, 2010, 11, 12, and combine that in an intervention like we're doing. So that was kind of my background.
It kind of leads me into another question about, we talk about wearables, we talk about hardware. A couple of you leverage hardware, either a wearable or you're developing your own, or you're leveraging VR. So the one thing that I always like to draw attention to for those outside of health tech and life sciences is how really difficult it is to be a startup in life sciences, because you have an element of being a startup, and then you have the intricacies of regulatory, from how you're handling data to running clinical studies, and then the clinical studies are great, but now you need clinical trials. Clinical trials are great, but now the clients want to see studies that relate to their market, and then you're supposed to be able to do that and have your VCs see an 8x return in 3 years. So, in line with that, I mean, how have you been able to kind of mitigate those expectations with your investors, with your early advisors, in terms of communicating this whole field of, this is a hyper regulatory space or regulated space? How do you kind of go about doing that?
Well, I don't know if my investors are in the room. Well, I guess I have crafted in my mind that this is a startup like any other startup. It's a new idea, it's a new product, and you're always facing some obstacles. Obviously, I'm not very fond of, people in the government right now. They are just not helping anything. They're actually stalling because they don't know as much as we do about this. They they retract and they go back to read and write and not look outside their window, actually, which is, I think, the biggest problem here, that the test beds are not available. And we are now in Denmark, are moving to Sweden, and it's, the best in Nordics is Sweden, but still you have a really hard time getting test beds within a system that is governed by the government. So this is our challenge, but you always have a different market. You always have a separate market with private ones or somebody that wants to scale up a new idea. You can always find those, but that's a classical startup thing that you have to do. But the thing that I'm most afraid of for digital solutions in health and education is that they all go and grow into a multi-dollar company. They all disappear into a big unit in the US or Europe, and because the state won't get the idea.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I think our main challenge has usually been, when we approach investors, specifically here in Iceland, is that they don't seem to understand the potential that you have with a medical device like we are trying to build. But for example, we've been trying to get somebody on board. I hope the investors are still in the room, so maybe they want to talk to us afterwards. But then we decided just to move more into the software space and try to solve things there, and then we can, escalate afterwards. So, it's always difficult, as you mentioned, is that, can be hard, difficult to understand what the rebate can be from a medical device company like ours.
I think we're all doing something disruptive. Yeah, most of us are. And it's going to be the client. The client all of a sudden is going to ask for these things. And but that's timing, like everywhere.
And I know, so for Tristan, I mean, you're kind of working with employers, you're working with providers. Stress is kind of one of those secret killers, right? That companies, employers don't really want to talk about so much. They try to spice up the office, make it more enjoyable, but that's not really doing enough. I mean, I guess a layer for you there in terms of the regulatory side, of course, the data and everything is super important, and the protections around that, and GDPR and everything. But then you have another kind of added layer, which is your kind of go-to market or one of your many go-to markets are not really understanding of this idea. So I guess it's another barrier for you.
About, 4 months ago, our team made a decision consciously to not go for the health tech vertical, but to really focus on corporate wellness benefits, because stress is costing corporations hundreds of billions of dollars annually, due to decreased productivity, rising rates of sick leave, and less engagement. So we're like, okay, we're going for the corporations. They actually really do understand that stress is an actual, important issue to address, and that meditation is highly effective. So about 22% of U.S. corporations offered meditation programs in 2016. This is rising in staggering numbers every year. So it's actually a good timing for Flow VR. But so I feel like we are understood in the marketplace more than we thought in the beginning. Like there is like a timing about this, which is very good. But so we're thinking about the data that we're going to be getting. We've been approached by clinics, and there are doctors that say, I want this for my patients, and then maybe we can help give you some data. I mean, I just think that there's going to be a way that we're going to gather data in an organic way. It'll be interesting that we don't have to necessarily put lots of money in a study, but it'll start to come in, and so I'm excited about that. So whereas we kind of shied away from the health tech because of that's such a steep vertical, we actually, I think ultimately we'll end up having the data that will open some doors in that regard. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Go ahead. No. So basically the question. I mean, you're even more kind of ingrained in this whole regulatory barriers, diagnostics, screenings. How have you been able to kind of bring a startup, bootstrap it, and kind of sift through all that while kind of leading the expectations of your advisors,
Well, I've been involved
investors?
in 3 startups. I helped spin out Oxford Glycosciences, which is the 3rd company to spin out of Oxford University in '89. Again, a decade later, I started my own company. OGS started off with money from Monsanto and GD Searle, so that was all very well, isn't it? Okay. Ludger, my middle name's Ludger. I was born on St. Ludger's Day, so that's very important to have a company that is yours. There, that gives you a drive. Okay, and for 6 years before I started up Ludger, I turned my house into a laboratory. Okay, so I've been so basically I spent all my money. I've got fume cupboards and bioreactors, etc. My girlfriend was not very pleased there, but essentially I've been bootstrapping Ludger for 18 years or so. Okay, and what I realized at OGS, because I saw all the great and the really stupid things in startups there. The great things are that we're doing something very, very useful there, and we had customers like Pfizer and various other companies there, and we helped to change glycosylation in the drugs like Herceptin, anti-cancer, breast cancer drug. So it is safer and more effective, and it has a lower cost per therapeutic dose. So that's fine. Okay. But there's other things that had to be done that weren't so good, like promising things that couldn't be made. What I did in my Dexter's Laboratory house there was make things that I could sell to companies, oligosaccharide standards, etc., and they could use it. So I actually had money coming in. So the client is the most important thing. In Avena, where we're trying to change the health futures in individuals, our clients are the individuals. So the most important thing is to find people who want to have longer and more healthful lives there. Strangely enough, there are quite a few of them. The difficulty is in convincing VCs or whatever, we're not looking at VCs, but other people like governments, etc., to actually buy into this idea of preventative healthcare. Okay? But it's very, very simple by going directly to those people who have a vested interest in living better lives there. So that's simply it, to sidestep the difficulties and go for, it's like a flowing river. You go through the thing that's the easiest. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, well, first of all, I think it's really important to have a strong and shared vision with your investors, that you're kind of all on the same boat and you share that vision and are in good communication on where you're going. So that's one thing, and then I guess when you are when you're looking for investors, and one of the things I've really realized is how incredibly big the global VC landscape is, incredibly large, and incredibly niched, and so it's really, and this was touched on in the VC panel by Aziz, I think, is don't spend your time on funds where there isn't really an organic fit. There's enough out there where there is, and so really pick your targets well, and make sure you know the metrics that you have to have for them, and which can be both the typical financial metrics, revenue growth, and unit economics, but then your kind of niche specific ones, like in our case, clinical outcomes and such. So those are a few of the things you keep in mind.
I want to be mindful of time. How are we? Okay. Okay, so to wrap it up. So I want to I have more questions, but I want to just open up to the audience. I mean, you have these gorgeous people up here that aren't going to give you money, but they can give you better health. If you have any questions for them, you can see them afterwards. There's going to a reception. But if you have any questions you want to pose for the rest of the crowd, let us know right now. Baby? No? All right. All right, well, thank you. And thank you for the founders.
All right, we're coming into the home stretch. This has been a very enjoyable experience. Now we have the CEO of Vodafone Iceland, Stefán Sigurdsson. He's going to announce the winners of the Stúkpilurinn. Is that right? No. Yeah, I give up.
So hi, great to be with you one more year. It's the third year that we have been sponsoring what we call the Startup Iceland and Vodafone Scaling competition, Stúkpilurinn. And this is always very interesting for a company like ours that was a venture company 20 years ago to work with young companies. And it has a lot of potential, we think, both for the young companies and ourselves, and we learn a lot from it. This year we focused on IoT, and that's very near to our heart these days. We are building a lot of these solutions ourselves, and we need to work with the innovation space and the young companies to do that. And so we focused the applications, or the theme was IoT, and there were judges from our company, the Reykjavik City, and Helga Dögg from Microsoft, Kristen from Reykjavik City, and we have chosen 3 finalists, and I will just start by announcing the company that was in third place. The company Alvikan was in third place. So anybody from Alvikan in the audience, you can come up here. But Alvikan has basically developed a system called Home Heartbeat, or hjartsláttur heimilisins. They monitor behavior patterns in the home of elderly people to identify irregular behavior in real time. It's a great fit to IoT and the smart city concept, and they tell me that there's about 6 months time to market, so congratulations on that, and we look forward to see the solution.
Thank you.
So in second place is a company called Coride. They're coming. Coride is a website and app that pairs drivers and passengers together and allows travelers in Iceland to carpool and save costs while making new friends. It's a great idea and environmentally friendly, good for tourism and our smart city. So give them a round of applause. Congratulations. Thank you. So for the first place, we have the company Travable. So this is a great idea. Information on accessible services and entertainment and facilities is hard to find for the physically impaired. Travable aims to meet that need by connecting in new way existing information on services and accessibility in an app for mobile devices. It's a fantastic service idea, socially responsible, scalable for the smart cities of the world that really improves the lives of the physically impaired. So give them a round of applause. Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank
Very
you.
good.
Well done.
Okay, go to the back then.
Thank you, Stefan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vodafone, Microsoft. Well done.
Okay. All right, now we have Einar Gudmundsson and Edda Konradsdóttir with Icelandic startups. They're going to announce the 6th batch of Startup Reykjavik. It's a mentorship-driven accelerator. Why am I not mentoring? You should be. Yeah, exactly.
Hello guys, my name is Einar Gudmundsson and I work at Arion Bank here in Iceland. I also serve as the CEO of Startup Reykjavik Invest. That is the company that invests in all of the companies that participate in Startup Reykjavik. So is there a clicker? Yeah, thanks. So it's always a privilege to be here, although for the 7th consecutive year, I'm the last one on the agenda. Or I'm not. Excellent, Bala. Thank you. For those of you who are not familiar with Startup Reykjavik, it is the first business accelerator in Iceland. And through the 2 accelerators that Arion Bank owns, we, with this current cohort, we will have invested in 90 companies in Iceland. So we could say that we are the kind of the largest nano VC in Iceland to some extent. This is the program. We run the Techstars model. It's a 10 weeks program. We select 10 companies. They have some seed equity in exchange for 6% ownership stake. It is a very much a mentor-driven program, and we use the kind of the GAN, Global Accelerator Network model that used to be previously Techstars International. They used to share offices with Techstars in Boulder in Colorado. And For those of you who are not familiar with the GAN, I encourage you to look up GAN.co. It's an impressive network, 100 accelerators around the globe that we always meet every year. But I won't dwell on this for too long, so I want to introduce the 10 companies. I can tell you a little bit about the application process. We received 270 applications this year, half of them coming from Iceland, half of them not from Iceland. This cohort has 3 teams. We selected 3 non-Icelandic teams, 7 Icelandic teams actually. What is especially interesting about this program or this cohort is that we see that the founders are they are more mature. They're older than most cohorts. Half of them are already in business, have established companies. So we're extremely proud that we're kind of seeing an increasing maturity curve going on. But the first company comes from Sweden, Animaker. It's a digital studio of all things in 3D. Pretty much what they do is that modeling in 3D that you can print, either physically or something that you can build and play with, for instance, in Minecraft. A fantastic company that has been receiving awards in Sweden for the past year. The second one is BlockCycle. This is an English company now based in Australia. What they're doing is building a platform to kind of follow waste in the blockchain. So it's a highly interesting company that is coming out of Coca-Cola Ventures in Australia. Ekki Banka, it's a fintech company, so they are pretty much just an aggregator of financial information, kind of using the PSD2 regulation that will come into place hopefully this year or next year here in Iceland, although it's already in action in Europe. So we look, as a bank, we look very much forward to working with this company. Hugin Care is a cloud, basically a SaaS company. They already have a client, at least one, if not 2. They're basically taking kind of a dismissed industry today, which is kind of caretakers, and using all kinds of incidents, registering the information in order to better serve the clients of this particular institution or a company. Co-Ride, which has already been on stage 2 times earlier here today, so the ride-sharing solution for travelers in Iceland. So we are extremely highly interested in seeing how they will develop. Another fintech company is Leiguskjól that aims to, they're already in the market today. You might even have heard them on the advertisements on the radio. Financial solutions for the rental market. It's both in terms of technology, but also providing guarantees for those who are renting apartments, escrow accounts, etc., etc. Melius is kind of a mixed group of Icelanders and people coming out of Babson College. It's a hardware company that has this attachment that you can insert on your mobile phone and do this kind of standardized video recording. I can't really explain this company in more detail, but I can tell you this team is absolutely fantastic. C Data Center is also a company that has been around for some time here in Iceland and has many clients. So as coming out of Iceland, that has historically based a lot of its economy on the fishing industry, it may not come as a surprise that there is a company that will try to utilize information or to become the best information provider for the seafood industry on a global scale. Highly interesting company here. Tactical is also a company that is a SaaS company that is just over 1 year old, already has good clients and and an impressive record so far. They have been focusing on kind of onboarding and digital signing of documents, and they will kind of have a spin-out idea using this electronic or digital signature through any web chat solution, so authentication, authorization, and secure signing, which is definitely, I mean, high need for the market for any service company globally. And finally, UnifyMe, a Spanish company. So they're building a communication platform as a service, and so think of Twilio, think of kind of any collaboration software platform that you have, and kind of picture that on a communication in terms of telephony, in terms of messaging, in terms of sharing documentation, etc., etc. Very interesting company that has over 100 clients today. So this is the cohort. So we very much look forward to working with them this summer. I encourage you that we start the program on June 11th. Anyone is welcome to drop by anytime. We'll have open events this summer. And feel free to drop by at any time or at the open event. So looking forward to see you this summer. Thanks so much.
All right, and finally we have the 3 finalists of the AngelHack DigiMe Hackathon that went on over the past few days. I was there to see these guys hacking, and it was pretty impressive. We have where are these folks? You guys there? No? Hackathon folks? So they have 2 minutes to present? Let's talk 30 seconds, all right. Well, you talk about it, I guess. 30 seconds.
All right, so what we were doing in the hackathon, we were basically putting together an idea of a peer-to-peer lending platform where we can match lenders and borrowers that meet in a platform where they can put orders on the platform, either take or make instant loans, or put their orders in an order book kind of market mechanism. So, and we do this to kind of ensure the best possible lending rate based on supply and demand.
Was there only one? Yeah, everybody. If you're a runner-up, come here.
Well, our pitch was about an app called Social Justice, where you can sue your friends for whatever minor inconveniences they've caused you. And the stakes are something physical or having to do with a charitable event. So it's really lighthearted, but you can basically sue your friends and get justice for your petty grievances.
Okay, Julie and Rory are supposed to come up and give the prize.
Yeah.
Is that you?
Rory can say a few words about the hackathon. I'm going to bring the prize.
Thanks, Bala. A couple of weeks ago, I was in Berlin, and I started talking to this gentleman about hackathons. And he looked at me as if I had 2 heads. He thought they were hackers, and they were going to be doing some really bad stuff to our business. But obviously, these guys, they do some really inventive stuff. And over the last couple of days, over 24 hours, they came up with some really cool ideas. And I think there were 30 people at the hackathon this year, 7 teams, some really great ideas. And we have the winners here, paper loans, yeah? So the guys are here, and just say congratulations to them.
There you go. You should tell the price.
So this prize gives these guys a trip over to Slush, which is one of the biggest tech festivals over in Helsinki. I think it's on in October?
Yeah, December.
December, sorry. And all the team are going to go for the weekend and hopefully have a great time over there. And we hope to support these teams as we go forward. So well done, everybody.
Thank you. All right, you should go then. Let's take a picture. Almost at the end. There you go.
All right, that's the end. This is always amazing. Bala, you have to give this guy a round of applause. He puts this together with his amazing team. I've been coming to this for 6 years. It's been amazing every year. It's gotten better and better and better. And everybody's really socialized to be entrepreneurs, and the ecosystem is great, and nothing horrible. I can't say anything horrible, which is very unusual for me when I come to these things. So congratulations, Bala.
Thanks, John. Thanks for coming every year. I'm not going to say more words than to keep you here, because we have a meetup and mingling going to happen later. So I'm going to just talk to each one of you. But I think for those of us who've been doing it for the 7 years now, it sounds like eternity, but it's worth it, because I see right in front of me what's happening. I think we are creating a fantastic ecosystem, and I think, I don't know, I can't be more excited than where I am today. So thank you all. But before we go, there are lots of people who helped me put this together, and I get to take all the credit. But I'm gonna be a little bit more humble about this and say, this does not happen because of me, by the way. I'm one of the wheels in this, and there's lots of people who helped me. There's Frere, who's my business partner, CEO of Dataka. He helps a lot, you know, and Christian, who's sitting here, and everybody in the community helps. And I'm gonna get killed if I don't mention my wife, Augusta. She's outside. So please go and thank her and tell her that I mentioned that she was the reason that this happens. Otherwise, this would not happen. Seriously, I'm honest. All this organization is not me. It's her, and I take all the credit, so you should go and thank her, and you know, just go on out, and thanks again for coming. Every year is fascinating for me. I learned so much meeting and talking to you all, and this year is no different, and thank you all. Cheers.